To hell with you, Jesse.
Sending this live now so we can get up on YouTube and Periscope and all that stuff. What's today? Oh, got all these notes on the last Raptors game. Man, that Raptors game was wild. That last one was wild.
I gotta be honest with you. I wasn't even mad after that game. Like what happened was ridiculous, right? Like you can't give up that. But it was like, it really felt like the Raptors couldn't miss, and literally they couldn't. I didn't attribute it to the Kings defense as much as they were hitting every fucking thing.
Yeah.
Oops, we're on the stream. My bad.
And we in here, baby, for the next 4 hours. KC, we're here for the next 4.5 hours.
I'm ready, baby. I'm ready. Let's go.
Absolutely, man. We got business to attend to. We got Kings basketball tonight. We've got rumors all over the place in the NFL. We got Chris Biderman joining us at 1 o'clock. We got Marshall Harris joining us for his weekly visit coming up at 1:45. We got Brandon Nunez of the Kings Herald, the Heartbreak Kid, joining us at 3 o'clock. We busy, man. We putting Brandon on the live stream too, man. We're making sure he's locked in on the video.
What you say? Brandon.
It's the Heartbreak Kid, man. He's set to join us again at 3 o'clock. Then we, of course, will be with you until 4:30. From 3:30 to 4:30, we'll have Courtside with D'Lo and KC. 60 straight minutes of Kings Talk, but you'll get plenty of Kings Talk leading into that 3 o'clock hour as well. And we might as well start there because we were talking. Some of you caught this on the live stream. By the way, we're live on Twitch. If you want to watch the show, we're live on Periscope, which is essentially we're live on Twitter. If you want to watch the show, and we're live on YouTube. Make sure you follow all of those different channels. Make sure you subscribe to all of those different channels. We have tons of exclusive content that pops up on there, and that'll be the case this weekend as well. But we were talking before the show started about just how ridiculous the last time the Raptors and the Kings played truly was. I mean, everybody kind of remembers the cliff notes of it. And the cliff notes were that the Kings were up 19 points. 19 points in the first half. They ultimately blew that lead. And not only did they blow that lead, but they wound up getting blown out and losing by 21. What you might forget is that the Sacramento Kings had 36 assists in that game. They shot 56.8% in that game. They shot 81%.
Come on, man.
In the first quarter. And still, they lost by 21 points.
That game, it's not on the level of the second Blazers game. Because the second Blazers game, I was like, man, Portland just played a perfect game. Like I think the Kings hit on all of Kenny's keys. Yeah. I think they played great. I couldn't find where they lost the game. So it wasn't on that level. But going back and looking at this Raptors game, I don't know what happened. Like I know the Kings defense was bad, but Toronto was lights out. Lights out. They shot 58% from the field, 51% from the three. I think they had 23s that game. Like you talk about the Kings, they shot what? Would you say 51 from the field?
They shot 56 from the field.
56.
Dude, okay, this is the most absurd stat from that game. The Sacramento Kings shot. This is the first game against the Toronto Raptors. The Sacramento Kings shot 56.8% from the field. They shot 57.1% from the free throw line.
Come on. Now,
bro, did you hear what I said?
You want to upset me. You want to upset me early. Oh, jeez. How? Wait, no.
How, Sway?
That's what I want to know.
How?
That's what I want to know. How does that happen?
56% from the field, 57% from the free throw line.
You know, the free throw thing, we talked about it yesterday with Deuce and Mo and everything, and it really does bother me. It really does.
I hadn't noticed at all.
Missed free throws really bother me. I don't want to sound like that guy, but it's your job. Make your free throws. You know, I know there's some like what's the word I'm looking for here? It's not geometry. It's
physics, biology.
Physics. Maybe it's physics. Maybe it's physics. But you know how they talked about like Shaq was a bad free throw shooter because being that tall and having hands that big,
it was crap. That was such bull crap. But go ahead, sorry.
Well, I mean, most big guys do have that issue. So I use that to say, like somebody
Will
like
Chamberlain, like that game he scored, he hit like 26 of 27 free throws.
Didn't he go underhand? Didn't he go grand?
Well, I don't think so. I think that was Barry went underhand.
Barry definitely went underhand. I thought, I don't know. Whatever the case may be.
Somebody get us the YouTube link for that 100-point game so we could watch that.
Give me the house of highlights of the 100-point game.
Give me the synergy breakdown of some of Will's greatest moments so we can check those out.
But no, I mean, I just don't understand. I really don't understand the lack of consistency at the free throw line or even being good at the free throw line. It's unacceptable. And then you get into my guards. You know, everybody knows I love De'Aaron Fox, but I think he's at like 65% from the free throw line. And it's really odd because I don't feel like he's shot that bad from the free throw line, but the numbers are the numbers. And it just frustrates me to no end.
Yeah.
No end.
And that's a drop off because he was flirting with the 80% mark.
Yeah, see, it's like I said, it's weird because I look at Fox and I don't feel like he's shooting in the 60s from the free throw line, but I think that's what the number is. It's like 67 or something like that.
There are some other notes there. I mean, the Kings scored 74 points in the first half of that game against the Toronto Raptors off the strength of 43 in the first quarter. They scored 49 in the second half. 43 points in the first quarter. 49 in the second half. They were also out rebounded badly, 44-26 in that one, with the high rebounder of the game being Buddy Hield.
Oh my gosh.
With 5. Of course, it's worth pointing out when
there
you have
weren't a lot of rebounds. There weren't a lot of them.
That's it. There were more rebounds off of Kings missed free throws than there were at a field goals. I mean, when you've got a team shooting 58%, you're not going to get the opportunity to get a ton of rebounds. But 44-26 is what the Kings were out rebounded by in that game.
That's nasty. That's a big. So I'm looking for reasons why they lost that game. Obviously, the defense and everything, but the rebounding that was a big issue. I was about to say something about this game, and I just
123 points, 36 assists, 56% from the field, and they lost by 21. It's just incredible.
No, that's what I was going to say. So they lost by 21. They were up by 19 in the second quarter. And, you know, typically things like this, remember like that Wizards game last year where the Kings were up by almost 30 and the Wizards just kind of inched back and they end up tying the game like in the third quarter or maybe the fourth quarter or something like that. Kings won the game, but it was crazy. They lost a 30-point lead. This Raptors game, they're up by 19 halfway through the first quarter, and it feels like they were down 15 halfway through the second quarter.
Right.
Like it went away in a heartbeat, and it got ugly in a heartbeat. So that was a crazy, crazy Friday night. Hopefully this Friday night isn't as crazy.
Well, they've got to have, you're big on vendettas, pretty like you're big on vengeance.
Get backs.
But yeah, in all seriousness, you want to take care of business against the team that you're playing. They played the Knicks, they were able to beat the Knicks. They played Orlando, they were able to beat Orlando. I'm not saying they were looking forward to this. I'm not saying that they had the date circled, but after the Orlando game, and it's like, okay, coach, what's next? Well, we got Toronto. It's like, oh, okay. We kind of owe them one.
Absolutely.
Because I don't know, like, how to, I don't know if I don't even like. I'm trying to. Is this embarrassing? Is it just weird? Is it strange? Is it?
No, it's embarrassing.
Is it?
It's definitely, yeah. It's
I mean, the
definitely
19 to 21 is embarrassing.
Yes.
The 40-point swing, that's a bad look. But everything else, it's like, hey guys, we played pretty good in this game.
But the Raptors were out there hooting and hollering, on the bench, and they were doing great things. They should do that. I'm not mad about that. If for the Raptors, but me, I'm always looking for something, right? I'm always looking for something to hold a little vendetta. So I'm like, yeah, I remember all that hooping and jumping and all that chest bumping you were doing at my expense. The Kings need that, right? So the Lakers lost last night to the Pistons. We'll get into that later. But when the Lakers play the Pistons again, the Lakers aren't going to be like, oh yeah, we got to get our get back. Yeah, we owe the Pistons. Because no, you're the Lakers. You established yourself in this league. You are not looked at as a doormat. You can lose to the Pistons again and be just fine. The Kings trying to earn their respect in this league, trying to be a team that is not looked at as a get-right game, that is not looked at as a laughingstock. When somebody does that to you, you got to respond. You got to respond, and you got to let them know, no, this is not the Kings that you think are the Kings. We're here to play. We got to get some get back from you. It matters. It definitely matters.
Is that the Kenny Caraway revenge game? The Pistons beating the Lakers? If memory serves me correctly, this is the number 1 seed in Kenny Caraway's power rankings, beaten by the number 1 seed, I guess, in Kenny Caraway's powerless rankings. That happened, right? On the same day, you were panned for your power rankings for having the Lakers at the top, despite the fact there are a number of teams playing better than them right now in the NBA.
A number of teams. Calm down.
They were beaten by the Detroit Pistons. Name a Piston.
Jeremy Grant.
Took too long.
Derrick Rose.
Derrick Rose is a Piston?
Yeah, I'm done after that.
I need
Hayes.
I need
Now
proof.
Really
I need proof that Derrick Rose is a Piston.
Is Blake Griffin still a Piston? Yeah, he's a Piston.
I don't think so. I think Blake Griffin. I think the ghost of Blake Griffin is a Piston.
The Pistons pulled away from the Lakers in that game too. I was watching that the end of that game.
Yeah, they didn't just beat them; they beat them up.
Yeah, it was a 2-point game in the fourth quarter, and it ended up being 14 2 minutes later.
So I repeat.
Calm down.
The Lakers is the number 1 team in Kenny's power rankings. That was fantastic. I took way too much joy in that game last night. I
agree.
We'll talk more about some of the games last night. We've got some great games coming up this weekend. We've got a big weekend for Sacramento Kings basketball, Sacramento Kings players, Sacramento Kings fans. We'll talk a lot about that. Again, we are with you for the next 4.5 hours. If you're gearing up for Kings basketball, you ain't got to go nowhere. You can watch us on Twitter. You can watch us on Twitch. You can watch us on YouTube. Just search ESPN 1320. And, of course, you can listen here on ESPN 1320 AM and on the radio.com app. We've got a busy day. Again, Chris Biderman, the 49ers beat writer. Lots to talk to him about. Lots of rumors to sort through. The Matt Stafford one is really gaining steam. The Texans just gave a press conference. They've had some definitive statements regarding Deshaun Watson. So we'll talk about that. Again, Marshall Harris coming up at 1:47. And the Heartbreak Kid, Brandon Nunez, set to join us at 3 o'clock. If you want to be a part of the show, you can. 916-349-1320. If you're watching along, jump in the chat. We're going to respond. We're going to step out. We'll come back. Again, a lot more to talk about. We've got to sift through some of these rumors. Jimmy Garoppolo apparently was brought up in trade discussions last year. We'll explain as D'Lo and KC continue here on Sacramento's number 1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Come on. Oh,
Mason Plumlee.
Could be. Well, they're not in the bottom 5, so it don't count. I was about to say, didn't the Knicks just backhand the Celtics a couple weeks ago?
See what we got here on the chat. We live. What up?
Real quick on the chat. I just saw a clip of John Chaney about to choke out John Calipari on TV, and I was about to laugh until I saw the header and it said John Chaney passed away.
Yeah. I saw that alert. I was like, I don't know. how many people really follow Temple? I know he's a legend.
Yeah.
Ish.
I'm trying to
It's not
figure
John
out.
Thompson.
No. Poor man. I shouldn't say that. I was going to say poor man's John Thompson.
Us too, Chuck. That's what we're thinking. Is it 4:30 yet? We're actually good right now. This is the part of the show that's fun. It's when we get start repeating stuff for a second time.
2:45.
It gets a little bit, I guess, and I know we already talked about this, and most people listening haven't heard it yet, so let's really dive into this. That's the hardest thing about these long shows is you have to hit the same topic multiple times, and you have to treat it like it's new every time you do it. Because for most people, like you guys on the stream are crazy, which is dope. like that's why we do it. Like we do this for you, and but most people like on the radio, they're like in and out. They're in and out. They're in and out. So a lot of times we've got to hit those same topics over and over again. It's why if you ever listen to FM radio, you hear the same songs over and over and over again because they're counting on people getting in and getting out, getting in and getting out, getting in and getting out. Power rotations, hour and 15 minutes. That's what they were. Biggest songs in the country are played every hour and 15 minutes.
How many songs are in there? About 15?
In the power rotation category? Yeah. No. The power no, way less than that. Like the powers are the biggest records. There's less than a handful of them. It's really? Why, like I used to.
You have to get those in. Now you can play different songs in between those.
Yeah.
The best 5, you have to get in every hour.
So you would have like different categories of music. Like you'd have a new, like this is the way my program director worked. It's like you would have a new song, and the new song you would have 4 or 5 different ones, and they'd be on a rotation. So you'd hear that new song from whoever, every 4 or 5 hours or whatever it might be. Mm-hmm. But those power records, like I said, I think 50 Cent in the club went from a new music song to a power record in like less than a week.
I was about to say probably in a day. That song skyrocketed.
This is a good question. When you were at KSFM, what was the longest running power song? It had to have been In the Club. It was either In the Club
was huge,
or it was Usher. But I think the biggest record, the biggest record that I remember was 50. Like it was, from the radio to the club to all of that. Like it was something.
That was a huge record. Yeah, it was pretty huge.
Yeah, yeah. It was there was a stretch where music was really good. And then suddenly it wasn't. It was like, oh, okay. Soulja Boy, huh?
No, wait a minute. Soulja Boy had some bangers.
No, stop it.
Soulja Boy had some bangers.
And
Come
at the same time Superman came out, so did Hey Baby. Hey Baby. Hey Baby.
That song's trash. That song is trash. You probably were playing Tipsy, Jaquan.
Yep. Jaquan came in. I think he was like 18 or 19 when that record came out. I was like, bro, you can't even legally drink. Like, what? What are you talking about? But he was.
Those are the Hung King Lounge days.
Oh my gosh. Yeah.
Ooh, it was lit up there.
Yeah, no, that's legit. You could, bro. 50 used to play, like the DJ at the club would play it 2, 3, 4, 5 times in a row because the girls would just keep singing it.
It was unmatched.
Yo, these commercial breaks are a blast, man. Y'all got to get in on these. These commercial breaks are fun, man.
Maybe man. And the box? The box ain't hot right now. You talk about music trash. The box. This was a smash. This a year ago though.
Yeah, so we've got to work on updating the Russell Westbrook line, the intro, and we got. You know what else we got to do? We got to throw some like old school joints into the rotation.
I got you.
We already got this one for, hey, do the Kings? Hey, who's ready for the smoke, man?
Let's go.
I'm telling you, it's Friday. We got 4.5 hours. I think if we don't spend at least half of it talking about the Royal Rumble and playing music, we're doing it wrong.
Look, I was about to say this is gonna turn into ESPN 1320 1025 in a second.
Watch. to watch. If you were on the live stream, man, you know what we're talking about. But man, we having fun here, man. We're with you for the next 4.5 hours. Chris Biderman set to join us at the top of the 1 o'clock hour. It'll be interesting to hear from him and kind of get some maybe less speculative perspective on what exactly is going on with the San Francisco 49ers, that quarterback position. Is it Deshaun Watson? I guess we should start here, Casey. David Culley was introduced as the head coach for the Houston Texans today.
Congrats to him.
And yeah, absolutely. I mean, I wasn't critical because he's getting an opportunity. I mean, I said this to you yesterday. Louis Riddick praised him to no end. So if Louis Riddick praises him, I'm going to go along with it. My issue with it is it doesn't feel like it doesn't feel like the Texans are planning long term. And I don't mean to, be an ageist. He's 65 years old. The oldest coach in the league is 69. And it's Pete Carroll, who has been with the Seattle Seahawks for a very long time. So like what message are you telling me? Either Culley is really, really good, or you've put him in this like stopgap type position where you're trying to figure out what you're going to do. You went ahead and hired him. You're trying to figure out what you're going to do with the quarterback position. Are you going to be able to acquire draft picks? You got to do all of this stuff. And I don't know. It feels like a weird hype.
Damien, now I would never tell anybody to go away from ESPN 1320 or radio.com. We got everything you need. We got podcasts, all this. We got it all, right? But I will say this. Yesterday, I listened to The Right Time with Bomani Jones. He had Howard Bryan on there, and they talked specifically about this situation.
Share. If he brought Howard on, he brought Howard on.
You know what
reason.
Type of conversation it was, right?
Yeah.
And basically, I'm drawing a blank. Culley, what's his name?
Culley, yeah, David Culley, yeah.
Culley, what you said, 65 years old.
Yep.
First time head coach. He knows what time it is. This is an opportunity. He got a lottery ticket. This is not a career move as far as like building my career, building my resume, moving on to something else. I'm going to have a great situation. This is the worst job in the league. And Culley was, okay, $3 million a year? Really? I've been a career assistant? I got 3? Okay, cool. You can fire me after this year if you want to. The check's going to clear, right?
Yeah.
That's what this is. They both said, and I agree, we wish him luck. We hope it works out. We all know it's not going to work out. So we're glad that he's getting this type of career payday. It's kind of what it is. That's kind of what this is. A terrible, terrible situation. And he's not in a situation where I don't want to put him in a certain light or anything like that, but you mentioned the age. You mentioned where he's at. He's good. Like he's good. This isn't what's his name? Nagy or Adams or the new in Philadelphia starting their career. I have to win because I need to build my resume for my career and look good and possibly get the next job. And ain't no next job coming for Culley.
Yeah.
This is an opportunity to finally get the bag, and he got it.
Well, I guess in that case, good for him.
Yeah.
And Nick Caserio, who's the Texans general manager, he started their press conference today by saying, before we take a few questions, or after David Culley was introduced, he said, before we take a few questions, organizationally, we want to reiterate our commitment to Deshaun Watson.
Excuse me?
We have zero interest in trading the player. Boy, that is a hell of a line there at the end.
He didn't say that, did he?
We have zero interest in trading the player.
What did Booker T say? Tell me he did not just say that.
That's exactly what Booker T used to say. And that's exactly what Bill Parcells referred to Terrell Owens as.
Wow.
The player.
Wow. I hadn't heard that until you just said that. And you saw where my eyes lit up when he said the player. Wow. Okay. Wow. Wow.
David Culley added, he is a Houston Texan. I want him to be a Houston Texan. The reason I'm in this position today is because I know he's going to be a Houston Texan.
Okay.
This collective sigh from the radio show. What are you supposed to do when you know you're being fed a line of garbage? And what's interesting is I completely forgot. I'll be totally I completely forgot that Deshaun Watson signed his contract a couple of months ago.
Yeah.
He signed
it's
it
a new
in
contract.
He signed it in September of 2020. He very well may not be.
I don't think he's in the contract. I don't even think it starts this year. I think it starts next year. Like the extension, the big money. I think it starts next season.
This is what the timeline has been for the Houston Texans over the last less than 12 months. In March, they traded DeAndre Hopkins for David Johnson and a second-round pick. I want to leave that second-round pick out. In September is when Deshaun Watson signed his new contract extension, his monster contract extension with the Texans. That was September. October, they finally fired Bill O'Brien. In January 7th, a couple of weeks ago, they hired Nick Caserio, and it was allegedly January 15th when Watson told the team, I don't want to be a part of this. Get me out of here. And then the hiring of David Culley, the leaking of, or I guess the confirmation of a story that had been out there about Deshaun Watson asking a trade request. And now here we are on January 29th with we have zero interest in trading the player.
The player. Wow. Well,
is this posturing? Is that ultimately what this is? Is this posturing by the Texans? Like, hey, we ain't moving him. It's our guy. He ain't going nowhere.
It definitely is. And to a certain degree, they got to say that, right? You know what I mean? They can't go out and say, yeah, he's on the market, because then, they lose a little bit of leverage. Whatever leverage they do have, they lose it because everybody's like,
do they?
Well, yeah, because then everybody's like, we know you're not keeping him. Even if it's just window dressing, they have to say, no, he's going to be here next year. They got to say
okay,
that.
I have a retort to that, but I want to get to Manny because he's been waiting patiently. 916-349-1320. Manny,
serial
my man.
commenter. That's how you feel, Manny. That's how you feel.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah. From everything that I read and I hear about the Houston Texans, I mean, they need a full reset of the franchise. And unfortunately for them, that means Deshaun's going to have to go because he was there when it was a mess and how it's been a mess. And for them to get a full reset, they're going to have to clean house completely and start from scratch. And a lot of people are skeptical if that'll even do it because they feel like the owner and I think the president, somebody is still there, high in the front office.
Sure. Yeah.
They feel like that's the issue. That's what's not going to change.
Someone called
Is he
him
the
out
president
by name.
or something?
Someone called him out by
president.
name a couple of weeks ago. Thanks, Manny. We appreciate you as always, man. And thanks for the love, man. Thanks for checking out YouTube.
Yeah,
we
man,
know that,
for real.
We know that we're still working out with the kinks. A lot of people on the live stream couldn't even hear Manny there.
Good, because Manny was talking crazy.
we still don't have it all, worked out. It's kind of me, Kenny, and Jesse, man. We're getting this thing put together, but we appreciate the love, Manny. Thank you for that. And it should mention Chris Biderman at 1:00. He'll be on the phone phone, but Marshall and Brandon, Marshall at 147, Brandon Nunez at 3. They'll both be on the video stream, so that'll be a lot of fun there on Twitter, YouTube.
Jack Easterby is Jesse fed that to us. Jack, and that's the name I've heard is who's still there, and that's the one. Yeah, that's the guy.
So conventional wisdom, right? Like we talk about this with the NBA all of the time about you don't want to decrease trade value, and that's a topic amongst Kings fans is what's the trade value for this guy? What's the trade value for that guy? Do you got to play this guy more minutes so you up his trade value? And in the case of posturing, in the case of the Houston Texans saying, oh, we want him to be a Houston Texan, we expect him to be a Houston Texan, David Culley saying, I'm here because he's a Houston Texan. Mm-hmm. There is a different approach here. Deshaun Watson is a game-changing quarterback. Mm-hmm. And by game-changing, I don't mean like a game. I'm talking about like the last game of the season. I'm talking about the one that's being played a week from Sunday. Mm-hmm. Deshaun Watson is I mean, you could... What we're saying about the San Francisco 49ers, while I disagree, what we're saying about the San Francisco 49ers, what's ESPN 1340 in Miami saying about, I know you probably know the stations by heart. They're saying the same thing about the Dolphins if they can get Deshaun Watson. The New York Jets, this is a stretch, but they're probably saying the same thing about Deshaun Watson. There's probably a number of teams around the league that are, they're a quarterback short or they're a quarterback upgrade away from being in the Super Bowl or potentially being in the Super Bowl. Why not take a different approach? Hey, y'all know our draft status. We're effed. I mean, it's pretty much as simple as that. If you can find a more eloquent word for it, please let me know. But that's pretty much the case for the Houston Texans. We've got nothing. We're screwed. Our whole future is sunk with the exception of our quarterback. So if we can leverage our quarterback to help build up our future, sure, we've got to fix the quarterback position along the way, but we need running backs. We need to replace the ghost of J.J. Watt. We need to strengthen up this defense. We pretty much need to do everything. So it's open season. What do y'all got? Send me your offers because you know what we need? We need a quarterback and we need draft picks.
Yeah.
My phone here. I'd plaster here, just like we're doing on the live stream. I'll plaster my phone number on the screen for you.
Mike
Call
Jones.
now.
Mike Jones, put it on a t-shirt.
Yeah.
Here's my number.
Call me now. I got you. I think that could be the approach with Deshaun Watson. Like if
I see you. I see you working. I love
bidding
it.
War. Let's go.
Yeah. There's no because like I said, they're doing the posturing thing or whatever and trying to play the game or whatever. But to your point, look, there's no posturing going here. It's no secret. We all know what it is. We all live in the same 24/7 news cycle. We know Deshaun. We all know. What are we posturing for?
Yeah.
What you guys got? Bring it on. I'm okay with that. That actually probably be refreshing.
But now you've already kind of, this was the time to do it. You should have formulated your approach, unless if you're the Houston Texans, and there are a lot of people we haven't, dove into this, and this is where the Howard Bryants come into play. Mm. And I feel like people are really tiptoeing around. When Stephen A tiptoes around something, it's pretty serious. Like he's waiting for the right person to tell him before he just, because Stephen A, I know it feels like Stephen A spouts off at the mouth. He doesn't. He is a very well-connected, individual, and he is at, really at the, the tip top of the sports media world. And he's tiptoeing around it. Everybody believes there's some sort of like racial component to everything that is going on. And I'm not talking about the hiring of a black coach and Deshaun Watson being a black. I think it lies more in the undercurrent of Deshaun's frustration. And it was, the former, I say former, I believe he's passed away, the former owner of the Houston Texans, who had I think it was Bob McNair.
Inmates running the asylum.
And nobody took kindly to that whatsoever, especially at the time in which it was said. And so you should have had a strategy for this press conference. Now, if your strategy actually is to keep Deshaun Watson, man, that's a bold strategy, Cotton.
Yeah.
See if that pays off for you. Because, man, okay, you've got my attention.
That's
I don't see how that works for anybody.
That scenario is looking bleak, and I'm not talking about Memphis.
No,
because that ain't happening. So I mean, like you mentioned, there is this racial component to everything that's going on, and I'm going to even say it. I hate to do this to the man, but yes, the hiring of the head coach.
Yeah.
Yes. There's a lot of people believe that they're trying to change the narrative, create the narrative to Deshaun Watson.
Mm-hmm.
So getting this African-American head coach, they can go back and see, well, Deshaun, he just was, a malcontenter. He was difficult because we got him a black head coach and he still wanted to leave.
And I want you to continue, but I want to interrupt you there because that's one of the things that pisses me off about all of this. Eric Bieniemy is not a qualified coach because he's black. He's a qualified coach because of his accomplishments.
Mm-hmm.
Eric Bieniemy shouldn't be a head coach in the league because they need another black head coach. He should be a coach in the league because he's Patrick Mahomes' offensive coordinator. He's playing in his second straight Super Bowl. He just played in his third straight NFC championship. In what NFL world does that coordinator for that offense not wind up getting hired almost immediately?
Come on, man. Like I said, man,
Deshaun Watson wanted Eric Bieniemy because of his ability, not because he was black.
Yeah.
And that's, I think that's we talked about the undercurrent. What you just said about David Culley, I think that's part of the undercurrent. In that, we got him a black head coach. He didn't want a black head coach. He wanted a qualified head coach, and it just happened to be that Eric Bieniemy is black.
You mentioned it yesterday. We touched on it a little bit. We tiptoed around a little bit. Stephen A. tiptoed around it. The timing of the hire and the leak coming out.
Yeah.
Deshaun Watson said this 2 weeks ago, but somehow this gets out the day after, the morning after you hire your coach, this black head coach. It's a lot of funny business going on and with the Texans and everything. And like I said, I will never, ever drive anybody away from ESPN 1320. I was just not going to do that. But I don't know, maybe you're up in the middle of the night, 11, 12 o'clock at night. We know Damien's not up that late, but some of you guys are vamping that night. Listen to Bomani and Howard Bryant, and they dig into the weeds about this whole thing with the Texans and in the NFL in general. It's some good stuff.
Yeah, if you're not in front of your TV to watch Kings basketball at 4:30, flip over to that right time with Bomani Jones. It's the right time with Howard Bryant. I love Bomani Jones, man. He deserves a bigger role at ESPN. I think he's fantastic.
Absolutely.
Deshaun Watson is signed through 2025. You mentioned this a moment ago. Next year's salary cap hit is $15 million. Now, that doesn't mean that's how much money he's making, because we know that that's different. This is the NFL we're talking about, not the NBA. His salary cap hit is $15 million. After that, that's when his extension kicks in, and the cap hits become 40, 42, 37, and 32.
Woo.
Yeah.
Well, I'll take it on.
Yeah. Come on, man. Talk about it. Yeah. And then that's where the 49ers come into play. That's where all of these teams come into play. This is the difference between, this isn't Brady. This isn't Brady looking for that last, I can do it. I'm going to prove I can do it. There's been talk since, I think it was the Atlanta Super Bowl, but they go to so many Super Bowls, I can't remember. But I think that's when ESPN, because, every year, and I can't wait to see what it is next week, every year that the Patriots or Tom Brady is in the Super Bowl, of course, they're synonymous up until this point, ESPN seems to have a story ready to go like that Thursday or Friday about some sort of like dissension. And I think I think it was the Atlanta Super Bowl that it came out like about TB12 and about his trainer and about Kraft thought the Patriots were built around him. Belichick thought the Patriots were about him. Brady thought the Patriots were about him. And so this isn't Tom Brady. This isn't a 42, 43-year-old quarterback looking for that. I'm going to show everybody I can do it. I'm going to latch on to the right team. I'm going to get one more team to the Super Bowl. This is the Steam and Willie Beeman. This is the future of the league.
Yeah.
I mean, this is the present of the league. Like, this is
absolutely
that guy.
It's him and Mahomes.
That's it.
It's him and Mahomes.
And Lamar, different.
And Lamar.
Lamar, MVP, but different.
Yeah. I mean, he's in that group, but Deshaun, in my opinion, is better than Lamar.
I agree.
Yeah.
Absolutely agree.
So yeah, the Super Bowl you were talking about. So you're funny you bring that up because you're right. They do have a lot of stories ready. I think the Atlanta Super Bowl was all about getting back at Goodell. That was after
that
he
was
got suspended.
The Deflategate Super Bowl. Okay,
And
there's so many I can't keep up with them.
Well, look, the only reason I know this is because part of that story was the whole thing with Jimmy going. And Jimmy, if they were playing Atlanta, Jimmy wasn't gone yet. Jimmy, Kyle Shanahan was coaching Atlanta, all this other stuff. I think it was the Rams Super Bowl when that stuff came out about the dissension. I think that is that the Super Bowl. Is that the Super Bowl when Mr. Kraft had his little situation?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Matter of fact, it was because it was before that AFC Championship game against the Chiefs.
Yeah, that he paid a visit.
Paid a visit.
I don't know what else you want to call it. It's what he did. He paid a visit. I don't know. I don't know what to call it. Like he booked his appointment. So in that, I mean, that story was, boy, they really attempted to frame that story as one thing, and that's the dangers. And I know you 24/7 media and Twitter and get it out first and get it right later.
Yeah,
boy, they really tied that Robert Kraft story to some pretty salacious headlines.
They did.
That turned out not to even, apparently at least, they didn't turn out to even be remotely true.
Yeah, and it was, I don't know, I don't want to speak out of turn here, but it seemed like you said, they tied him to something that he really didn't have anything to do with.
Yeah, right.
To a certain degree.
Right.
You know what I mean? And that was kind of crazy.
Other than the process of the transaction, which is legal. I'm not dismissing it, but if you take yourself back into that time, the headlines that very quietly went away because they weren't true.
Trying to make it like he was the ringleader.
Right.
Like he was T.I. and Tiny.
Like this was, okay. I need a button. I need some sort of sound effect for when you hit a reference, when you hit like a pop culture or a for the culture reference that maybe 6 people get.
Them boys wild, man. Them boys are wild, T.I. and Tiny. Wow. I hope that is not true. That is wild. As the game 916 said on the chat, paid to play.
That's what we'll call it from now. When Robert Kraft paid to play before the AFC Championship for sure. I'm curious to see. Yeah, I have to imagine ESPN has a story in their holster.
Oh, they're ready
for next Thursday, and
they're ready.
I'm anxious to see. Next week should be a pretty interesting week for us as well. We got an email. I'm not going to run through all of these names, but we're
going to Radio Row.
Well, virtual Radio Row. Like we have the chance for like some pretty dope things next week. It's going to require a little bit of extra work on our part and a little bit of creative scheduling, but it could lead to some pretty dope shows. Not that the shows aren't going to be fantastic anyways, but this will take them up a notch.
Are we getting Charles Barkley brought to you by I don't know,
Old Spice? Yeah, everybody is brought to you by Old Spice. Like it's
brought to you by what's the thing I was thinking about? What's the thing where the infomercial with the sealer, the black sealer, and
Flex. What is it called? Oh, Seal It. What is it called? Somebody will get us in the chat or on the.
But somebody's going to be brought to us by that.
Oh, for sure. Week. That's how it works. And it's like, oh, hey, by the way, we've got Charles
Barkley.
We've got Flex Seal. We've got Charles Barkley here, but we want you to interview the guy who stars in the Dodge commercials first. If you could talk to him, the one with the cute little daughter, interview him or. We've got Chris Paul coming up for you, but you've got to interview the other guy in the State Farm commercials first.
Well, how about this? We've got Chris Paul for you to talk about the Super Bowl.
Hey, I talked to Chris Paul about the Super Bowl. That works.
We got Buddy Hield here to talk about the Super Bowl.
I don't know that.
Buddy, give us your thoughts about what Mahomes can do against the cover 2 for Tampa Bay.
I don't think Buddy can tell you what the cover 2 in the Toronto Raptors game does tonight. I don't want him to tell me what the cover 2 is going to do. That was uncalled for, Kenny. We need a break. We need
They're T.I. and Tiny. I don't know.
4 hours, folks. 4 hours. We're here with you till 4:30, man. Chris Biderman's going to, first of all, He's going to bring some sense to this damn program. He's going to join us at the top of the 1 o'clock hour as D'Lo and KC continue here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. Oh, our
I'm the new
boss
Chris
says,
Paul. Alfonso Ribero's Chris Paul. So that cracks me up.
Our boss said, I know you've been working on it, but we've got to be able to figure out how we can get the callers guest on the feed, on the video feeds next week.
Got to.
I'm trying, Jennifer. I hope he gets that reference.
Is that an Office reference?
No, CJ McCollum. Remember
I'm
when
trying
the girls,
Jennifer. No, I literally thought you meant like I'm trying to talk to Jennifer because we have a Jennifer in that email. Who's Jen? Jen does the payroll. I think that's what
Jen is the Jen is,
that's what
Jen
I was
is,
thinking of.
Jen
I'm trying Jennifer.
Jen and Human Resources.
Yeah.
Boy, you have to have a certain temperament to be like in Human Resources. You have to be Toby. And she is great. That's just not an easy job because pretty much you're dealing with like disgruntled employees all the time.
All the time. The only time they talk to you is when something's wrong.
Yep, pretty much. Pretty much. Oh, my bad, Cole. My bad. Oh, I got a great message from Deuce. I'm debating on. I won't read it on the air, but I'll read my reply to you. He's such a.
Jalen and Jacoby say, "Don't get fired."
Okay.
I need you here.
Okay. I need confirmation. Is the B word allowed? Like, I can't tell anymore.
It's really crazy because I would think no, but they play it on NBC sitcoms. And I'm like, when did this start?
Right.
How's this okay? Right. How?
If Damon Rattle and Kolsky can use it, we can use it, but I'll let you fill in the blank. I replied to Deuce with "he's such a," and then I'm gonna forward this message to my partner here, Giddy Caraway. Oh man. I love y'all, man. This is so much fun. It's
You already know when something's coming. I'm just
man. When you talk about putting the heat on somebody, I just forwarded you the message.
Stop it. Stop. Look, I hadn't even got through the whole thing yet.
Oh, you just saw the first.
Oh my gosh.
It appears that there's another radio station taking note of what we're doing. They're probably all watching. Hi, guys. As CM Punk would say, I broke the fourth wall.
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, people can do whatever they want. You just can't do it like us.
Well, it's just funny, man. Like, y'all have been doing this for how many years? And now you're attempting to switch because you see what we're doing and what Deuce and Mo are doing. Really, Deuce and Mo are the barometers for this, man. The way that
they've been doing it for a minute.
Man, the way they've built up their YouTube channel, they didn't even have to buy YouTube subscribers like some other sports programs have had to do out there. Like, they have just built this for...
Make money. Make money. First off...
And the click you claim, West Side, when we ride, come equipped with game.
Boy, I'm just the Outlaws. Dame is Pac. I'm the Outlaws.
Ain't me. Oh, man. Suckers.
Hey.
Oh man,
let me put my tie on. We'll get back to professionalism now that we're on the air.
Yeah, it's a little wild there. YouTube, Go follow us, man. We just started the YouTube and the Twitch pages like this week, and it's been pretty cool watching people subscribe to those. Twitch is something that is completely new to us that we just really dove into this week, man, and it has been an absolute blast. Search ESPN 1320. It's twitch.tv/ESPN 1320. The name of the YouTube channel is ESPN 1320 as well. I'm not really creative when it comes to naming these channels. Just search ESPN 1320 everywhere. If you're not following us on Twitter yet, we're live on Twitter right now. As you're scrolling your feed looking for the latest Deshaun Watson rumors and 49ers news, like it's right there for you. And you don't even need to go far because Chris Biderman, who he'll bring some sense to this program.
Bring some class. This is the sophomore class right now.
The first 49 minutes of this program has been like 1997 Degeneration X. So we're gonna clean it up here a little bit. And these commercial breaks are full on attitude era.
Yeah, Sergeant Slaughter is talking to us, and we've got the windshield wiper thing.
That's 100% what is happening. So we're anxious to talk to Chris Biderman to try to make some sense of this. We were talking, the story out of the NFL, and there's not going to be a bigger story this offseason than a potential franchise-changing quarterback, Deshaun Watson, being moved, and teams that have the opportunity, or at least when I say opportunity, I mean Kansas City ain't going to do it. Baltimore is not going to do it. I assume Jacksonville has no interest in engaging any conversations. I assume that they love the idea of drafting Trevor Lawrence and not giving anything up for him. Like there's a couple of teams across the league that you can go through and go, well, it doesn't work here, it doesn't work here, it doesn't work here. But it works for San Francisco because it's an upgrade on a potential Super Bowl championship roster. It works for a few other teams, and I've tried to be impartial. And I thought Deuce brought up a great point yesterday, and normally I think I brought it up to you before, but I normally am more on top of this team. I think the Indianapolis Colts window hasn't been slammed shut. From a roster perspective, I think it's good. I don't think it's as good as San Francisco. And I think in the AFC, you still have to deal with Baltimore. You still, more importantly, you still have to deal with Kansas City. But man,
Buffalo there now too.
Like, talk to me. Like San Francisco with Deshaun Watson, I don't see, of course, barring any week twos in the Meadowlands.
Right.
I don't see.
I don't want to see that place at all.
I don't see a roster better than this one. Better than that one.
I don't, and I really believe there isn't a. I don't think there's a trade scenario better. And like I said, we're speaking privately here. I would go if it came down to we'll do this deal, put Nick Bosa in the deal. I would pull the trigger. Right. I think that's the big card. No pun intended whatsoever. That's the trump card that the 49ers have to deal with. I'd be willing to go Bosa. But I think the combination of picks and players, even without Bosa, picks and players, I don't think there's a better package. Like I said, the Jets have the picks. I don't know if they have the players. Plus, if you get rid of the players, that's a bad situation for Deshaun to go into. I don't know if he waived that no trades clause. Miami has a good one too. Miami and our super producer, he's in touch with what's going on in the Dolphins community. He says, don't listen to the media hype. He doesn't think that one's going down. So I don't know. Somebody tell us, call in, tweet us, get in the chat. I don't think there's a team with a better situation for Houston than the 49ers. Who
do you think? I mean, we have fun with this, and Miami was brought up for a reason, whether it's legitimate or not. I think it was more brought up because, somebody connected. Deshaun has to approve it. Like he has if this winds up getting done, he has a lot of say so in where he lands.
And they have the picks. And as you guys hear me joke from time to time, I don't know about Tua. But if they're not willing to give up Tua, I think that just really lessens what they can bring to the table.
But there's no reason for them to hold on to Tua.
No, but I think from Jesse and other things I've heard, they're in on Tua.
Okay.
So if you're in on Tua, then you're not making a Deshaun move.
But you can't be.
I would, in this particular situation, if that was what kept me, just like I just said with Nick Bosa, if Tua was keeping me from Deshaun Watson, I'm moving on from Tua.
But the problem with those organizations like Miami is you're ascending. Like they missed the playoffs this year. They had a hell of a year.
But they go 10-6.
Yeah, but they ultimately missed the playoffs because of the last game. But they're a team that is still very much ascending. You need your draft picks. And if you're in on Tua, if you like Tua enough, then like perfect. It works for you. Like run with it. Go with it. The 49ers are different in that the 49ers are made.
Yes.
And you've landed Nick Bosa, who still is cheap. You've already paid George Kittle. By the way, lost in all of this Deshaun Watson stuff is that the salary cap is changing. You've got to address Trent Williams. You've got to address Fred Warner. You might consider moving some other pricey pieces if you could. This offseason, leave it at that.
That's all we got to do. That's all we got to do.
But I'm only interested. I'm only interested in moving pricey pieces if you can acquire Deshaun Watson.
Oh, I mean,
that's the only. It's the only reason you do it. I don't think you need to do it otherwise.
I talk about Nick Bosa. I threw Kinlaw out there. I don't know. Maybe somebody else is part of the deal.
There were some people furious that you threw Kinlaw out there. By the way, in our private discussions, they were pretty upset about it.
I like Kinlaw. I like Kinlaw a lot. I'm just saying. I mean, I don't know. Maybe I keep somebody else. Maybe I keep Kinlaw and I put somebody else in the deal. I don't know.
I mentioned
another pricey guy. I don't know. Do you want him?
I mentioned that the MMQB just kind of like haphazardly threw this in their recent MMQB. It's an article. It's by Albert Breer. It's not by Peter King anymore, but it says, this is a direct quote. The question then becomes whether GM Chris Ballard and Coach Frank White would see Stafford as a Band-Aid. They were talking about Matt Stafford potentially landing in Indianapolis. And there was a line here that the team went with the Band-Aid last year in Phillip Rivers after taking a shot with Jacoby Brissett in 2019. That was after Jimmy Garoppolo's name briefly came up in the DeForest Buckner trade talks with San Francisco. Now, that's all that he said. So I'm asking, did Indianapolis bring up Jimmy Garoppolo's name? Or did San Francisco bring up Jimmy Garoppolo's name?
I would think it's Indianapolis who brought up Jimmy.
Given their quarterback situation, it makes sense.
Yeah.
But I don't know that this was like confirmed. I feel like, didn't the 49ers, I think it was your boy Grant Cohn who said this. Didn't they like at least talk to Brady or Brady's representative?
That was real.
That was the thing.
They had to make a decision and they decided to keep Jimmy.
Whoops.
But it was like
sorry. My bad.
Who was it? Did Morgan take over the show here? Taking shots at my guy 10? Come on. But anyway, they were like, okay, Tom wants to be here. What do we want to do? Do we want to keep Jimmy or do we want to go with Tom? And they chose Jimmy. So the Colts, and let's just say the Colts did ask. I'm sure they had wind of what was going on with Tom and the Niners and said, hey, well, if you move on from, if you go with Tom, why don't we throw Jimmy in the trade? And gave the 49ers something to think about. They decided to keep Jimmy. So, an interesting question that I've heard, and I want to ask you when you speak about Jimmy and you speak about, these rumors from last year with the Colts, who would want Jimmy Garoppolo right now? What kind of market is out there for Jimmy, in your opinion?
The same one that's out there for Buddy Hield? I don't know. Oof. I mean, I don't know. Like, I mean, Jimmy doesn't suck.
No,
you know what I mean? Like, it's.
I think he's a good quarterback.
I think you have to look at this like, does your coach make Jimmy Garoppolo better? And or perhaps in this conversation, do you believe that Jimmy Garoppolo can stay healthy? Do you believe that
the biggest key,
that he can stay on the field for 16 games or close to 16 games for most seasons that you have him? Are you willing to take wouldn't it ultimately be a 1-year acquisition for Jimmy Garoppolo? Do you believe that he can still be like a quarterback that you build around for the next, got to be close to a decade? Like, do you still believe that? Are you in a state of just continuously finding, stopgap quarterbacks? Are you just rolling the dice on quarterback after quarterback? I think ultimately the most important question you have to answer is, what's his ceiling? And I mean, if it's question, this is question 1A, do you believe he can stay healthy?
And I think that's the biggest thing. And you're not the only one who does this, but I mean, the whole, get him with the right coach and thing. Jimmy Garoppolo isn't some scrub to the point where he needs a good coach to be good. Like Jimmy he's a good football player. Like he's a good by himself. I don't care who his coach is. Jimmy's a good football player. The times when, like, let's talk about Jimmy actually being on the field. And the 2 games in New England, he looked phenomenal. He comes to San Francisco for 5 games, looks phenomenal. He plays 3 games the year before. He was okay. He threw some picks in the Minnesota game. He was okay. He was above average in those 2.5 games before he got hurt against Kansas City and tore his ACL. He comes back the following year, leads his team to the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
The games he plays this year, he was bad against Miami. I mean, but he wasn't even healthy. So I don't know if you want to factor that in or not, but he was bad against Miami, bad against Seattle. He was average against Arizona. He looked great against the Rams. He looked great against the Patriots. Like, we're not this is where I kind of disconnect with people because you look at the times that he's played on the field. We're not talking about a bad quarterback.
Okay.
Like we're not. So people say Jimmy sucked. Let's talk about when he's on the field. Now, if you want to say he can't stay healthy, that's a whole nother discussion, and I agree with you. But when he plays, he's not a bad quarterback. He's actually a good quarterback.
But you're trying to upgrade to a great quarterback.
And that's okay. That's fine. But like I said,
I know this question is going to piss you off.
What you got?
Matt Stafford, is he a great quarterback?
I would say no. I say he's really talented. He may be now Stafford is a guy where he may be good just in general, and you get him with a certain coach, a Kyle Shanahan, then he turns into great. That could be the case, right?
Okay.
And maybe when I say Jimmy, maybe Jimmy with Kyle is almost great. He's good by himself, but he's great in the right system. I understand that. Maybe Matthew Stafford is great with Kyle Shanahan. I understand that. But people try to throw around Matt Ryan only being great. I'll just throw a name out there with the coach. Matt Ryan is still putting up numbers. Matt Ryan is he's still doing what he do 3-4 years after Kyle Shanahan.
So you want Matt Ryan on the San Francisco 49ers. Wow.
See that's how rumors get started. That's how rumors get started right there.
Wow.
Right there.
It must be because of this 4.5-hour Friday show. Y'all heard it, right? Clip this. If y'all are watching on Twitch, clip this moment right here where Kenny said he would rather have Matt Ryan have Matt Ryan than.
So you can't even say you don't even believe yourself.
Well, no, because we got a text from Chris Biderman. Jesse, go ahead and give Chris a call back. He says he's sorry he missed the call. He's ready for us. That's what I heard. Maybe I was distracted. I swear I just heard Kenny Caraway. First of all, I don't think you've ever praised Matt Ryan before.
See, much like Belly,
you praised him.
Much like Belly and Matthew Stafford, I don't hate Matt Ryan. He's a good quarterback. I just don't want him on my team, especially for the $95 million that he's making this year.
It's 94. Calm down. Let's bring Chris Biderman in here, the 49ers beat writer for the Sacramento Bee. You're listening to D'Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, a radio.com sports station and driven by Lashers, Elk Grove Dodge. So, Chris, when can we expect Deshaun Watson in a 49er uniform?
I already got my jersey. Okay, Chris, I'm going to disregard everything you said, and I'm going to say Deshaun is coming to the Niners. But yeah, yeah, and that's really all I'm saying here is I think and I believe that they will do it. A phone call needs to be made. We need to see what the price may be. I'm a believer, and Chris, you can tell me if I'm wrong here. I'm a believer, pound for pound, that the 49ers have the best offer to give the Texans. And when I say that, I mean the combination of draft picks, current players, and not completely depleting your roster to do that. So, for instance, I think the Jets have the draft picks to do it, right? But I heard somebody talking about Quentin Williams, and then if you're Deshaun Watson, they gave all their draft picks away, got rid of their best defensive player. You get there, and you're looking just like Houston again. Miami, I think they have a comparable match of draft picks. I don't know if they have the current players to give, but they do have Tua. I think the 49ers, pound for pound, if they really want to make the offer, have the best offer to give the Texans. What do you think? Mm-hmm. Mm. Mm.
Okay.
Mm.
No, it's all right. Edit this all out of the live program. Edit this all out of the video stream. Let's start completely over. Chris Biderman, beat writer for the Sacramento Bee, covers the San Francisco 49ers, joins us. Hey, Chris, when is Matt Stafford going to be in a San Francisco 49ers uniform?
Take two. Yeah. So, Chris, with all of that said, and don't be bashful about calling me crazy if you think this is crazy. I've said for a while, I think there's a very real scenario. And some days I feel like the most likely scenario that the Niners don't do anything. They run it back with Jimmy, and even maybe more crazier, I don't think they draft a quarterback. I feel like there's a lot of holes that they want to address in the draft. And I can see a scenario where not only do they not move on from Jimmy, but they don't draft a quarterback and they try to shore up some of the other holes with the position players. What do you think about that scenario? Mhm. 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 Yeah.
Great stuff as always, Chris. Thank you so much for joining us, man. We really appreciate it.
Take care, Chris.
Candlestick Chronicles, Sacramento Bee. Chris Biderman is awesome. We'll digest all of that because there's a lot there to digest, especially what he said about Matt Stafford and Jimmy Garoppolo. We'll do that. Plus, Tony Romo said Patrick Mahomes has to beat Tom Brady next weekend.
What?
You'll hear what Tony Romo had to say as D'Lo and Casey continue here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. Okay.
Somebody asked me what's in the cup. It's coffee.
Yeah.
It's not after 5 yet. It's not after 5. It's coffee. I had a long night last night, so yeah, I was on
Hey,
E.
look who's here.
It's lit.
Deuce and Mo. I wonder if Deuce is playing video games.
Does Deuce play Madden?
No, he plays I think it's Warcraft or something. I watched
Call of Duty. Is he a Call of Duty guy?
Or maybe that's called it. He plays one of those war games. I found myself watching it, and I'm like, what am I doing?
Yeah,
why am I watching
Twitch will do that to you.
Games?
Look, I'm gonna tell you, I'll be sitting up in the bed late at night now that I have Twitch, going through my phone, try to get on there. People playing 2K, they in the playground, and I find myself spending 5 minutes watching them.
Dude, these lights are driving me crazy. I feel like it.
Yeah, they keep changing. It's crazy.
I feel like I look orange. It's driving me. I don't know if it's this stupid ass hoodie I'm wearing or it's bright. And now it's orange again. Why is it this color? I need to change hoodies.
Your light's usually on point, man.
I think it's this bright ass hoodie.
The hoodies fly though. I would if I were you, I'd just suck it up because that's a nice hoodie. I take the I take the bad light because I like that hoodie. It's like I tell Jazz sometimes when she's like, "Oh, these heels are hurting my feet," and I was like, "Oh, you just got to take one for the team because you look good in the heels.
I can't
you
lie.
Look good."
I did think of doing this. I did think of putting Biderman through my speakers. I was concerned if he would be able to hear it and if it would create this horrible feedback for him.
Somebody said they're gonna just act like they're gonna just assume what he's saying since they can't hear. Somebody transcribed. I think it was the game. He started transcribing what.
If you missed it, he said Deshaun Watson will be here by Sunday.
And I can't wait. I said I already got my jersey. It's coming. NFL shop.
Yeah,
let's go.
It's on the way. Appreciate Deuce and Mo for jumping in here.
Deuce and Mo.
That's like a total. I don't know if they're still watching, but that's like their total gimmick now. When they join ESPN 1320.
Let's go.
How do we change it? Deuce and Mo, the radio that you know, or something like that, right? They can't lose that song.
No. That's got to go with them.
Or maybe you just do as the podcast that you know. Hell, the podcast on the radio.
Just like I'm a real American, it's got to go with you.
Don't. Why don't you calm down, Rich? Chill. Why don't you chill, Rich? Why don't you relax a little bit? So, dude, when you can hear Chris Biderman on the phone, so don't hold your breath. We're working on it, guys. I swear we're working on it.
What was that on? Was that on?
We're working on it.
Oh, okay. I got one for you. You probably didn't see. Did you watch My Brother and Me?
My Brother and Me
on Nickelodeon?
No.
And who was on? You know who was on My Brother and Me?
No.
Amanda Seales. And she was like 12. My Brother and Me. Anybody in the chat? And Damien, I know you're for the culture, but this may be the culture situation. My Brother and Me on Nickelodeon, and one of the little kids used to always say that. He's like, "Don't hold your breath." That was his little tagline.
You guys are ass. Asses.
The Trump globe.
Asses. I can't. Why is ass okay? But when you add, I'm pausing, hole at the end, it becomes a bad word.
Bro, they say anything on TV and the radio nowadays. It's crazy. I ain't saying it.
I'm changing hoodies the next break. This is driving me crazy. I absolutely hate what's going on the chat right now. What's going on in the stream. Periscope, which is Twitter. Why do we even call it Periscope? Like, it's on freaking Twitter. Nobody has a Periscope. It's Twitter.
I do have the Periscope app.
Twitch and YouTube. Well, I think you have to have it, like, if you want to run like a live Twitter video from your phone.
True, but I've gone to the app and like watch stuff. I can either confirm nor deny that I may or may not.
Yeah, you were watching something illegal.
Have seen a UFC fight or two on my Periscope. I wasn't looking for it. I wasn't looking for. Yeah, UFC.
I didn't even.
Or I go to Periscope.
I didn't even think you'd watch a UFC fight for free.
I don't hate the UFC. I'm just not paying for none of their pay-per-views.
Why is there music playing? Why? That must have been on. It must have been on loop. Oh, like, hey, like I got to go to the Tony Romo sound and Mr. Grimm is playing. Like, what is going on right now? I had mentioned before the break that Tony Romo said Patrick Mahomes has to beat Tom Brady. Well, here's what Tony Romo said in complete context.
This is why I keep going back to it. This is the biggest game Patrick Mahomes will ever play in for the rest of his career. It's the only way to catch Tom Brady. He has to win this game. If he loses this game, he cannot catch Tom Brady, in my opinion.
Okay. One, I love Romo. Two, it sounded like Romo was in the sauce a little bit. I don't know when that interview was done.
Was Romo in the Terramana Talk? What was this?
That was the Terramana Talks edition of Tony Romo Speaks. Like, because he sounded like he was enjoying his evening a little bit. Is there does Patrick Mahomes have to beat Tom Brady to be in the greatest conversation in 10 years?
Hell no.
Okay.
And for him, now, if he wanted to say this is the biggest game of his career and of his life to this moment, I guess, whatever. I mean, I thought last year was pretty big. You got the one.
Well, but yeah, but it's a new year. It's the biggest.
Yeah, it's a new year. You're going up against Brady or whatever. But the biggest game he'll ever play. Come on, man. Hey, he said the biggest game he'll ever play.
Hey, who man is this?
That's fine. Like,
so what if
I personally like this one better.
Is this? I really need to know.
I like them both. I like them both. They got their own vibe.
Yeah.
But so say for instance, they play. Mahomes is in the Super 6 years from now, and a new Mahomes has come, or a Mahomes light, and say Mahomes is in the Brady position. What? That's not the biggest game for Mahomes now. He's trying to fend off this new up and comer.
Well, don't act like there isn't just like sports doesn't just drip with hyperbole. Like there were people. It was fascinating watching Twitter on Sunday when Brady won, and it's like Brady's the GOAT. Like, wait, now? Like, because he won the NFC Championship? Like, he was the GOAT like 4 years ago. What are you talking about? Brady's the GOAT. Conversation over. Yeah, bro. Conversation was over 3 years ago. What are you talking about? Yeah. But everybody, you got to be in the moment. You got to get in, and you got to have your big stance and your big opinion. And that was Tony Romo's opinion, that this is the biggest game that Patrick Mahomes will ever play in.
That's just this. Yeah, my stance is Tony, relax. That's
I understand. I do disagree, but I understand what Romo's saying.
I will agree with you on that one, because when I just heard that he said that this is the biggest game he'll ever play, I'm like, you're out of your mind. But when you get into context and you hear everything that he said, as far as his goal is to beat Brady, and he doesn't feel that he can pass Brady if he loses this game, I get it. Like you, I disagree, but okay, I can see where you're going.
If you missed our conversation with Chris Biderman, we really encourage you to either use the rewind feature on the radio.com app, or download the podcast on the radio.com app. We just this week put the podcast up on Apple, Spotify, Google Play. Jesse even cuts up, the interviews. There's a separate section. You can listen to the show in its entirety, which we always encourage you to do. Or if you just want to hear like our conversations with Deuce and Mo, Chris Biderman, Marshall Harris is coming up later, Brandon Nunez is coming up later. If you just want to hear those conversations isolated, they're available for you there as well. But Chris Biderman dropped some great stuff for us. He, a little bit more realistic than we are, as he doesn't seem to think that Deshaun Watson is coming here.
I'm the most realistic of them all. I told you what I think is going to happen.
Well, yes. So that was the interesting part about what Biderman said. You have been in the camp that Jimmy Garoppolo is not going anywhere. He's going to be the quarterback.
And let me be clear. It's not necessarily because I want to be that way. Like if they moved on in any way, even if they went to Stafford, I'm on board. Let's go. Let's do this. I think when it gets down to it, they're probably going to stay with Jimmy. They're going to play it a little conservative. They're going to play a little safe. I think that's the safe moves to stay with Jimmy.
He didn't poo-poo the Matt Stafford stuff, though.
He did not.
And in fact, he did the exact opposite of poo-pooing. Like he added some credence to it. Like, what is the opposite? I don't know. I wasn't going to acknowledge that part. I was just going to let that sit out there and let you guys figure it out on your own. Usually, whatever the opposite is, that's what Chris Biderman did with the Matt Stafford conversation. And so, it'll be an interesting. Biderman even said if they're going to do something at quarterback, expect them to do it relatively soon. Like it's something that you have to have in place. And I think we have talked about so many different scenarios. The Matt Stafford situation is the one that creates salary cap space, right?
$4 million, as my partner told me.
Yeah. Okay. So there you go. We'll see what happens over the course of the next couple of weeks because it seems like that's going to be a high priority.
Yeah, I think so. I think if they ask me, like, my pride, I'm not giving away the 12. I'm not giving away the 12 pick. So if Detroit is hell-bent on that, for Stafford. If Detroit's hell-bent on that, then they can just move right along. Move on to other offers.
I don't think they are, but Detroit's another team where, like, you look at them and you go, okay, like, what are we working with? What are we doing?
Nothing.
I mean, and I guess in the case of Detroit, you could try Jimmy for a year, right?
Mm-hmm.
You see what happens. Like you could try it, and you've got probably a couple of extra second rounders in there. I'm sure their draft status is okay. Like they haven't done anything extraordinary ever. So.
No. But the other caveat that you brought up that I forgot about or whatever, but Chris talked about, Jimmy has a no trade clause.
Oh, that's right.
So if I was Jimmy, I ain't going to Detroit.
Yeah, but he can be cut though, can he?
He can be cut. But I'd also, if I'm Jimmy and they got a deal in place and they're ready to move on from me, I know, I know, you want to control your own destiny and also all this other stuff. But if they're like, they don't want me, then hell, I don't want you guys either. Fine, send me to Detroit.
Mm-hmm.
I'll make it happen there.
Or the 49ers have been known to do this, and I think it's even John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan. Wasn't the line to Colin Kaepernick, opt out or we're going to cut you? Like you're not going to be on the 49ers. Mm-hmm. So if you opt out, you save a little face, you can go out there and do your work, but you're not going to be on this roster next year because we're just going to cut you. Well, in the case of Jimmy Garoppolo, it's like waive your no trade clause for Detroit, and you'll get your money because I assume Detroit's doing it for you to be the quarterback,
right?
Or we'll cut you.
It's a good point.
It's not like they're above. It's not even like that's a shady business practice. It's part of NFL contracts.
Nah, if anything, you're being courteous here because you could just cut them.
You could,
what I'm saying. But we're like, look, we're kind of looking out for you here. We can handle it this way, and you get paid. You do what you got to do for a year, and you move on. Whatever the case may be.
Normally, Marshall Harris joins us on Fridays at 1:30, but because we're going to be with you till 4:30 today, Marshall's going to join us in about 15 minutes. We didn't want to lose any of our time with the CBS 13 sports director, and plus, he's probably going to yell at you, which is fun. So, I enjoy that.
Marshall, I got to educate this guy again.
Marshall. Well, I
I
don't
think
know.
you would know by now.
Marshall's number one team in his power rankings didn't lose to the number one team in his powerless rankings.
Who's his number one team?
I'm gonna guess it's not the Lakers. You can ask him.
I'm gonna ask both of you guys a question. I'm gonna give you time to think about this. The Jazz and the Lakers started a 7-game series.
Not how
tonight.
power rankings work.
No, that's exactly how power.
No, that's how the
work.
NFL power rankings work. That's not how the NBA
Would
power
you guys
rankings work.
put your D'Lo and KC stock on the Jazz to beat the Lakers in a 7-game series?
There's enough
The
people
answer's
in the chat
no.
here. We could probably do one of those Reddit stock manipulations with D'Lo and KC right now.
They've already begun it.
I think
don't know if
Deuce
you've
and
been paying
Mo-
attention. They've already begun.
No, I closed the chat during the radio show
no,
so I don't get distracted.
No, it's popping right now. And yeah, it's popping. And we're left out. People are making money off of us.
Well, that's okay. Like, we've got to focus on the radio portion of this show. Like, that's why I opened up the chat here during the break. As a matter of fact, that's how Deuce and Mo created the night chat. It's because Deuce would spend too much time looking at the stream while they were doing their podcast. So they decided they'll do their podcast and then they'll jump on and they'll reply to all of the comments. So you should check that out. There's a game tonight. They do. It's usually about an
Friday
hour.
night too.
Yeah, it's going to be lit. I swear. I thought Morgan, they were drinking. I'm sure it was beer, but it was a big bottle. I thought she just took a swig of champagne, like right out of just right out of the bottle, like she was going hard with Carlin. She had Carlin in her lap like the evil genius, and she was rolling along, man. So don't miss out on the fun that we've got going on here. Follow ESPN 1320 on Twitch and YouTube. Follow Deuce and Mo on Twitch and YouTube as well, especially for the night chat tonight, a Friday night chat. Woo! You might get me to stay up past my bedtime for that one, man. As we mentioned, Marshall Harris coming up at 1:47. Brandon Nunez of the King's Herald coming up at 3 o'clock. And Courtside with D'Lo and KC begins at 3:30. We haven't spent a ton of time talking about the Sacramento Kings, other than when the show started, we were kind of marveling at how wild that game was against the Toronto Raptors earlier this year, putting up those crazy numbers. If you missed that, we'll go over all of them again when Courtside begins at 3:30. But you said something to me that I thought was really interesting before the show, and you said it like right before the show started, and we really didn't get a chance to talk about it, is you think this is a really big weekend for the Sacramento Kings?
Absolutely. And I'm taking that as the premise of the Sacramento Kings trying to win this year, right? Like they're trying to make the playoffs. These guys on the roster, they're trying to achieve some stuff. And this is a big weekend for that. They're 7-10 right now. They've won 2 games in a row, beat the Knicks, had a nice little break to work on some things, came out of that break, beat Orlando rather handily. You got 2 games against Toronto and Miami back to back. Traditionally, 2 of the top powers in the East, but they're not there this year. They're not that team this year. And you could really make some headway to getting back into this whole playoff picture, or even thinking about the playoffs if you're the Kings, by having a good weekend. And to me, a good weekend is at the very least 1-1, split into 2 games. A great weekend is 2-0. A terrible weekend is 0-2. You cannot go. If you want to salvage this season, and I'm not saying the season's over, right? I guess it kind of sounds that way, but you can't go 0-2. You cannot go 0-2. If you go at least 1-1, that allows you to get real greedy on Monday and try and say, hey, we could have a 3-1 road trip here.
Yeah.
The positioning that you get out of these 2 games on Friday and Saturday, tonight and tomorrow, is huge for the Kings. It's big. It's a big little 2-game stretch.
I kind of cheated as I looked at the weekend. I included Monday's game in, and I know that's not fair, but I was really looking over the next stretch of games, which includes Toronto, Miami, and the Pelicans that you noted. And unless I'm missing something, those are 3 teams that are about the same record as the Sacramento Kings. They're all under 500. You could argue, well, I don't think you could easily argue, and you'd win the argument. They're all underperforming terribly. This is the team. The Miami Heat suck. Yeah. They're terrible. And they were the Eastern Conference champion last night.
Yeah, lost the game last night.
They were the Eastern Conference champion last night. They're the Eastern Conference champion until the end of the season.
Yeah, I was going to say they technically still are. Yeah, and this is an opportunity if you're the Kings. Like, you're feeling good about yourselves right now. You're feeling good. You're feeling like, okay, maybe we work some kinks out. We work some things out, and now we're ready to maybe turn the corner. And You would lose all that goodwill if you went 0-2. And even, okay, if you want to add Monday in there as well, you got to win one of these games. You got to come back to Sacramento, at the very least, a 2-2 4-game road trip. You do that, you're cool. You go 3-1 on the 4-game roadie, you're feeling great. You're feeling like, yo, we're back in this thing. If you go 1-3 on the road trip, losing 3 in a row, time to start watching the Ignite.
Well,
the G League Ignite.
Well, I'm not going to go that far, and I'm not also not going to do the thing of like projecting wins. Like, this is a season where, like, remember you pointed this out yesterday. Well, they won last night, but Phoenix has fallen to 500.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they were one of the top teams to start the year of in the Eastern Conference. You know, they won last night. They're 9-8. Portland's all over the place. Like and they're dealing with injuries. Like CJ didn't play last night. I don't think Yusuf played last night. Like they're kind of, you know what they are? They're what they were last year.
Yeah.
They're pretty much exactly what they were last year.
Yeah.
So like you've got an opportunity, and we said this about Golden State yesterday. They're just kind of all over the place. Like they're going to win a couple, lose, win. Like maybe they are a 500 team or a just barely above 500 team. Like I'm not really sure. They're sitting at 10-9 right now. I think you're wrong about Houston. You put Houston, they've won 4 straight. You put them in your powerless rankings, but that's a team, you know, they've gotten it together a little bit. It'll be interesting. Like I thought they had a great performance last night. And oh, by the way, I think I've done this before. I of course I did, because they beat the Kings twice, but I'm going to do it again. To John Wall, my bad. I just didn't.
You might have to do that a few more times this year.
I mean, I don't mind doing it. Like I didn't. It's not that I thought he would come back and be awful. I just didn't think he would come back and have like a drive.
Well, look, I mean, your thinking was not off base. The man tore his ACL and tore his Achilles.
Yeah.
Like, and he's a guard that uses his speed as his main asset. And to think that he was finished or he wouldn't come back, I mean, no, you weren't off base. I was very skeptical of what he could do until I saw some of the summer footage and the way he was moving. I was like, oh, he looks normal. Like, he looks okay. So I thought maybe, you know, I didn't even think he'd play this good, but I thought, okay, he still has a career. He's going to come back and be, you know, some type of contributor, but he's playing more than that right now. He's playing at a little higher level than that. He's playing really well.
Yeah. In again, whoops. I didn't think he cared. Like, he's gotten paid. He's been an all-star. He was he was in the MVP conversation not that long ago. Like he had his moments. I didn't know that he'd have that, you know, drive. And I wonder how much the trade, you know, because he said the other night when they played Washington, I love the you know, the city, I love the area, I love the district, you know, whatever term that he used. He was like, I just felt like this organization gave up on me. Yeah. I wonder how much of that has like pushed him. I wonder how much the loss, the trade of James Harden has like pushed him to like, okay, I'll be the guy. Yeah. I've done it before. Like me, Vic, DMC, I got it. And I know DeMarcus plays a different role there in Houston, but I wonder how much of that kind of changed his outlook on everything.
Yeah, I'm sure it's been a lot, man. If you got any type of competitive bone in your body, which I know John Wall does, and he has to be able to just come back from what he's came back from. Mm-hmm. Look, John Wall was set. Wall was good. Yep. And that's probably why you felt kind of how you did, was like, he didn't need to come back at this super high level, but he showed a level of competitiveness just to get back to this point. And then you throw in all that stuff about Washington thinking he's done like they did. Harden and you know, a lot of people felt disrespected by Harden on that Houston roster. And I'm sure John Wall was one of them. And he's put all that together and created a great start to the season. Good to see. Good for him. I still think Houston is a bottom 5 team.
I don't think they are.
There was a good win last night, but the other 3 wins that they had were against the rest of the bottom 5.
Okay.
They can't play them forever.
Okay. Who did the Kings? So the Kings beat Orlando. So the Kings beat the Knicks. They beat Orlando. Let's say best case. Let's say they get 2 more wins. Is that a quality 4-game stretch for you?
Yeah, it's better than the Rockets.
Why? Rockets just beat Portland.
Portland probably got the same record as the Knicks right now.
Portland's 9-8. What's New York?
8-11 or 8-10 or something.
So
like
they
that.
don't have the same record. They very much do not. You know what else about
You
John
know,
Wall?
plus minus on wins, then Minnesota makes up for that.
You know what else? Dude, John Wall is like grossly outplaying Russell Westbrook.
We having that conversation right now?
No, this ain't a conversation. I'm just saying I can acknowledge. That's all I'm saying. I can acknowledge John Wall's
Poor
getting
Russ,
it done.
man. Poor Russ. Russ is one of those guys where his physical gifts did so much for him and it was so overpowering.
Mm-hmm.
Not that he didn't work on his game or not that he didn't have like any fundamentals to his game or nothing like that. But when the physical gifts are leaving like they are right now,
yeah,
it's glaring.
Yeah,
it is glaring.
Yeah,
tough to watch. I like Russ, and we know how you feel about it. But I really like Russ. I really do.
I thought it was gonna work.
Me too.
Like I mean, 9, 8, 7, 8, 9, 10 work for Washington with Bradley Beal and Russell Westbrook and Scotty Brooks, and man, it is not. I gotta watch rough.
A little more. Have you watched them? Because a lot of people are putting it on Russ.
No, it's not on Russ. They're a bad team. Like
that's what I'm saying. But they'll put it on Russ.
That's silly. Like that's lazy. They're just not a. They're just there's no flow to them. Like it's not working. There are moments where Russ has been fine and they've lost by 20. There are moments where Russ only took maybe it was like 7 of 12 with a triple double.
Yeah.
But they lose. And I'm not putting it on Bradley Beal either. They're just not a good basketball team.
No, they're not.
Yeah, they're just not a good basketball team. And, man, I read that one wrong because I sure thought they were. And, this probably marks the end at some point there. Maybe not till the end of the season, but this probably marks the end of Scotty Brooks. I'm not sure if he'll start falling into like assistant head coaching roles, like Alvin Gentry. Like I'm not confident Alvin Gentry, barring the interim title, I'm not confident Alvin Gentry's getting another head job in the league. And again, he's another one of those guys. I don't know why it didn't click for him in New Orleans. Like his records in New Orleans were not good.
No.
But there isn't a person in the league who doesn't think he's a very good coach.
Right. And the way it's looking right now might be the personnel. Because New Orleans is another one of those. You mentioned it a little while ago. One of those underachieving teams, and there's nights when they look terrible.
Yep. Yeah,
and terrible.
And but is it
I really don't know what it is because, like Zion, I think is playing well. Brandon Ingram is playing well. They got JJ Redick. You could say Lonzo and missing Drew Holiday is an issue, but they shouldn't be as bad as they were in the bubble. And they shouldn't be as bad as they are right now. I really don't know what it was.
Was Stan Van a mistake?
I don't think he should have got that job. That doesn't necessarily mean he was a mistake. Yeah. Like it's on him. But I thought that job should have went to like a Sam Cassell or something. Not Stan Van.
That was an odd Griff move. I just didn't. The Stan Van Gundy hiring really surprised me. It really surprised me. And they're 6-10 and. It's a weird season, no training camp. Yeah, it's that bad. I didn't realize it was that bad either until I was looking at, what we were going to do with that. We had that idea about talking this upcoming weekend or the next stretch of Kings games. And we'll talk a whole lot more about the Pelicans on Monday on D'Lo and KC and on Courtside as well. And we'll talk with Marshall Harris. He's set to join us in a couple of minutes. He's going to be on the video stream on Twitch and on YouTube. We've also got Brandon Nunez. We've got a lot of show on the way. We are going nowhere. D'Lo and KC continue here on ESPN 1320. There's a big fat lie.
Let me go through the chat real quick, see what these people talking about. John Wall and Russ are the same guy. You can't talk to those guys. They live for that. Yeah, I could see that. Sam Cassell might get a job next offseason. I think he's primed to get a job. He deserves it. He's put in his dues. Harry Giles. So let me see. Let me answer that for you. What's Harry doing right now, man? Because it's crazy that with all the injuries that Portland has, Harry can't get no burn. Who are they playing? I know they're playing Cantor. Who else? Who's the other big that they're playing instead of Harry Giles? Where's Harry? Harry's played in 13 games. He's getting 10 minutes a night, 2 points. And it's crazy, man, because I think Harry is a better player than that, man. I think Harry's better than that. And it's not
work?
like, okay.
Did that work? I don't even know if it.
Okay.
I don't think it worked.
Looks like it did.
Did it? Okay.
Yeah, it looks like
Deuce and Mo don't shame me for my orange hue anymore.
How come we never play no DJ Quick or Tony on the radio? I'll take care of that. Don't worry.
Or you could go DJ Quick and Tony.
Let's get down. Let's get down.
Start dropping.
In a black Chevrolet. Carmelo getting the tick ahead of Harry Giles, huh? Well, I was asking we were talking about
rough night last night.
We were going through Harry Giles like stats and like why isn't he playing? You know what the deal is, and I kind of don't know why Harry. I don't know why Harry didn't play here in Sacramento, and I don't know why he's not playing in Portland, especially with all their injuries. I don't get it.
Marshall Harris.
Oh,
what's up, fellas?
What's
up, fellas?
What's
you
up,
can call
man?
me Marshall. You can call me Mars Hall, or you can just call me the guy who actually brings some nuance to the show. Whatever you want to do there, because what I just heard about the Miami Heat suck without context is just I'm disappointed in y'all. The Miami Heat are the defending Eastern Conference champions. Their best player, Jimmy Butler, hasn't played since January 9th. I want to really hammer that home. Tyler Hero, one of the reasons why they were able to get to the NBA Finals last year, has missed 7 games in a row and just returned. Can we please put some respect on the Miami Heat?
No.
Okay. Okay, you can be wrong. It's cool. It's not the first time, Casey. Won't be the last. You can be wrong.
Yesterday, I thought they might still make the playoffs. I thought they were really buried, but they're like a game out of the AC. They might still make the playoffs.
It's the East.
But what do we?
Is actually hilarious.
Are they better than Milwaukee?
Maybe.
I doubt it. I don't think they're better than Philly.
They can't be better.
I don't think they're better than Brooklyn.
Wait. Hold on. Who took out Milwaukee last year?
Miami. In the bubble.
Tell me how Milwaukee got so much better.
Not in no bubble no more. Not in no bubble. They gotta travel. They gotta go home and road and all that. They're not going into Milwaukee. They're not going into Boston. They're not going into Philly. They're definitely not going into Philly and winning. Philly was like, what, 150-5 at home the last
10
4
seconds.
years?
Hang on. We in here, baby. It's lit on this Friday. We having some fun, man. We're so happy that you're here with us. We're going to be with you all the way until 4:30. Courtside with D'Lo and KC. 60 minutes of Kings Talk begins coming up at 3:30. Well, we're happy to welcome in for his weekly visit, though I feel like you have been a part of the show most days this week. Our dear, close, longtime personal friend, sports director, CBS 13 Sacramento. Already shaking his head.
I just want to take this opportunity to say that I love you both, and I love that you afford me the opportunity to jump on with y'all every Friday. I'm disappointed at the occurrences of this week, but I'm really disappointed what I've heard the last hour or so on the show talking about the NBA.
Oh my! Please
give
share
context. Give context when you're talking about these teams being quote unquote bad.
Okay,
and people are hurt. Okay,
I said Portland's been playing without. You said I said Portland's in the same exact category that they were last year, or the same position.
I just heard you say the Heat suck.
They do. They're terrible.
Well, I mean, yeah. So Marshall,
why did the Heat quote unquote suck, Damian? Why are they not great?
Are they good or are they bad right now? Should we say they're good right now? Is that what we should say?
We should say they're missing their best player.
Are they good or are they bad right now?
Have you seen the Sixers play without Joel Embiid? Have you seen it? Because I've seen it. I've watched the whole game without Joel Embiid.
Yeah, it's rough.
Okay, so now if we took Joel Embiid out of the schedule for 10 games, what would happen?
They'd be bad.
they'd be without their best player. So say that they've been bad because they're without their best player.
Okay, they're bad right now with no Jimmy Butler. Is that better?
Do we expect Jimmy Butler to come back?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, then. Let's. This is almost egregious. No, I'm not gonna lie. This is below your egregious power rankings, but this is on that same. Give things context. Okay.
They are bad without Jimmy Butler. Is that better?
Thank you.
That's what I just said.
That's all you had to say. Because people listening may not be
Jimmy
as
Butler.
into East Coast basketball as you guys are. So they may be like, wow, the Heat really fell off. I wonder why that is. Why don't you just tell them why it is?
I also don't think, even with Jimmy Butler and Tyler Hero, shout out to Jack Harlow, I don't think they're going back to the finals.
Okay. That's a fair thing to say. Your predictions, which have been wrong a lot of times.
No,
so that's cool.
That's cap, Marshall.
Cap. Okay.
Put that on your word of the day.
Okay, cap.
Yeah, I love it. Let's do it. Marshall Harris, word of the day. If you don't follow Marshall on, I don't know if you do, you don't post these on Twitter, do you? But
I put them on Twitter. I put them on Instagram. I put them on. I have put them on Facebook, but it originates off TikTok, and then I just throw it everywhere. Let them know. I'm trying to be just like you guys have phone calls. We don't have phone calls on television, so I try to be interactive with my viewers and my followers. And I say, yo, be a part of the sportscast. Give me a word you want me to implement in my sportscast, and I will implement it. No cap.
I
love it.
Night for cap. Matter of fact, that should go all weekend.
I think you had a mollywop in there.
That was the original. Mollywop is my favorite word in the English language. It just is. Mollywop. It's like onomatopoeia went out and said we could do more than just bam, boom, pow. Mollywop. When you hear the word mollywop, you know something just got messed up.
Yeah, something just went down. Like the Heat got mollywop last night. Like something like that. Like, right? You could do something like that. Sure. You know who else got mollywopped is the number one team in Kenny Caraway's power rankings last night. They got mollywopped by the number one team in his powerless rankings.
By who?
Marshall, what happened?
Number one team in his powerless rankings? Okay.
What happened? Did they have a full roster last night, Marshall?
They were missing Anthony Davis, but missing Anthony Davis and still having the guy everybody tells me should be the MVP. I mean, Detroit.
I mean, they should have beat Detroit, no doubt about it. But they missed Anthony Davis. I mean, I'm just saying.
Well, but they didn't just lose to Detroit. Let's be real.
If Anthony Davis wasn't on the team, I wouldn't have the Lakers as the number one team in the power rankings.
But see, this is my problem with your power rankings, KC. Is it what I think things are going to end up at the end of the year, or are we actually taking the time to? It's like if the AP had rankings, right? But they just went off what they think is going to happen at the end of the year. That's a prediction, not a ranking. Let's base things on what has actually transpired on the basketball court.
No,
otherwise you're doing predictive rankings. You're not doing actual, this is what just happened rankings.
This is what it is. And it's real simple. If these teams today, don't give me the people's eyebrow. If these people today played in a 7-game series, this is who I would think will win. Jazz are playing great. If they played the Lakers today, not in April, if they started a 7-game series today, I think the Lakers will win the series.
So there was no one in your top 5 that the Jazz can beat in a 7-game series based on what you just said. That's what you just said. I'm playing by your rules, KC. I'm playing by your rules.
I would choose the other 4 teams ahead of the Jazz.
Now, the way the Jazz are playing right now.
They're playing great right now. But right now, if they play those teams, they hadn't beat none of those teams, to be fair. They hadn't beaten them in that streak. So if they played any of those teams in a 7-game series, I think they would all beat them. Okay. Doesn't mean they get swept. Doesn't mean there's not a 7-game series here and there. Nothing like that. They'd win some games because they're a good team. But when it gets down to it, when I need those 4 games, I'm putting those 4 teams ahead of them.
Okay.
It's not like I have Celtics 3rd or something like that.
It's all good, Casey. I just want to understand your brain. Your brain is like a little, I don't even know how to describe it, but I imagine it's very
level, baby.
I'll just say this. So if I was in your brain right now, I could probably yell and then hear it come back to me.
Stop it. Don't call me Kyrie like your Kendrick Perkins out here. Don't do that.
Marshall Harris with us here on D'Lo and KC. We're not going anywhere, by the way. This show is nowhere close to over at 2 o'clock. We'll be with you all the way until 4:30. What stood out the most for you in the Kings' last 2 games?
You know, they used to have an old saying when I covered baseball with like the old time baseball people, like the coaches and stuff, like, you know, sometimes you just need a little bit of a slump buster. You need something to get you going. You get like a bad team that comes in town, and it's like, you got some hospital service come to you. The old school doctors, how they used to come in and check on you in your own bed. That's what that's what the Kings had with the Knicks coming to town with the anemic offense to get their defense started. Is that fair? Like the defense. And then Luke Walton took what he saw and took the best of that and then said, this is the stuff we need to work on. And for the next 4 days, without worrying about having to get his guys ready for an actual game, said, we're just going to focus on this and get that to go through. And then they got locked in. That's what I heard from every single player that we talked to since the end of that game against the Knicks. We're just more locked in right now. We're more locked in right now. And they carried that over into the next game against Orlando, and they looked a lot better on defense. Forget about offense. De'Aaron Fox can shoot 4 of 17 from the field if he's doing the other things. If he's getting the rebounds, making plays for other people. Tyrese Halliburton certainly didn't have a good offensive game, but it didn't matter because they were making the right plays, specifically on defense. And the X factor I told y'all about coming into this season, Marvin Bagley. He looks like he is progressing. As long as that happens, this team is going to be in a good spot, and then that they're not going to be giving up 130 points. But if he's playing poorly on defense, you're only as good as your weakest link when we're talking about NBA basketball. Everybody can hoop, but can everybody do what they need to do in the right moment on defensive sets? Yeah. The Kings are doing better at that.
The one thing about Marvin Bagley that I always noticed is even when he was, getting cooked early in the season, I never thought effort was an issue with him. I always thought he was trying. It was just like he was kind of like a baby giraffe, just his legs weren't under him, right? And that gave me confidence to believe that once he understood what he was supposed to be doing out there, the concept of what they wanted to do on defensive end, once he got that, that'll match up with the effort that he brings, and he would be a better defender. That kind of seems to be what's going on right now, because I never thought he was just a dog out there defense, like wasn't trying. He'd just maybe get mixed up or wouldn't know where to go, but he was always, in his stands, had pistols and all this other stuff. He was out there trying to be engaged. He just had to learn where he was supposed to be. And I see the same thing that you see, Marshall. Every game he seems to get a little more comfortable on the defensive end.
And the most important thing about that is the more comfortable he is on the defensive end, the more he can play that all-out, I'm attacking you style the entire game, as opposed to just in moments on offense. Now he's like, yo, let me go get one of these 8 offensive rebounds. Like that's the dude. That's the dude I was like, oh yeah, he can give you 20 and 10. Yes. He can give you a 20 and 10 on a over the course of a season.
Absolutely.
Is Marvin the most important thing to keeping this momentum going for the Sacramento Kings into tonight's game against Toronto?
I think so, because it's kind of a double entendre, because the key to this season is Marvin Bagley's development. He's in his 3rd year. They got to figure out what they're going to do with him. Like, just period. What we're going to do with Marvin Bagley? That's going to depend on him. 1, stay on the court. The man's played 17 games. He played 13 games all of last season. He's already surpassed that. And 2, if he's getting it and he's the weakest link, not because he's like weak, but I'm just saying he's the most inexperienced at trying to do what they're trying to do, then the whole team is going to play better and benefit. And that's how they're going to beat a team like tonight's game against the Raptors. And it's just such a phenomenal measuring stick, because we saw what they did at home against them not too long ago. And now they're playing in kind of a neutral arena in Tampa. And you could say, I know what y'all saw a couple of weeks ago, but look at us now. And they're heading in the right direction.
Yeah, man. I talked with Damien about this. This is a game where for the Kings aren't the Lakers. They're not the Warriors. They're not just garnering respect by seeing them on the schedule. The Raptors looked at them, like you talked about, like a slump buster, like a team to get right against. And they used them like that. And for the Kings to get the respect, they have to take these type of rematch games personally to send a statement to these teams and say, no, we're not that. You don't see the Kings on the schedule and think that you're going to get right. We're here to play. We're here to compete, and we'll bust you up if you're not ready. And I think they have to have that. The NBA players, they don't look at it like fans do sometimes, right? Sometimes it's just another game on the schedule. But I think this is one of the games where they were like my partner says, we owe them. We owe them a little bit here tonight.
You listen to D'Lo and KC on KIFM, West Sacramento, KRXQ, HD2, SacramentoRadio.com, sports station, and driven by Lashers, Elk Grove Dodge, Damian Barling, Kenny Caraway, Marshall Harris with you. How do you feel about baseball, the Hall of Fame? Just kind of waving the white flag, being like, we're good. We're not inducting anyone this year.
Baseball goes through these waves, Damian, and we see it. It's like, for the longest time, people are like, well, I'm never voting for these guys who are associated with possible steroid use. We're just not going to do it. I'm not surprised at all that no one got in. I think they're having a moment where they got to consciously think about the conscience of baseball. Like these writers who sometimes feel a little too self-important in making these decisions for these guys, whether or not they're in. I mean, Kurt Schilling was close, right? I mean,
yeah.
And he said, just get me straight to the Veterans Committee. I'm tired of dealing with this, which okay, we get it. He wants the old school baseball people to vote for him because he knows the old school baseball people are much more likely to vote for him than anyone with any contemporary understanding of, who he is as a person.
Yeah.
With the character clause, in addition to what he did on the mound with a bloody sock and whatnot. It's going to be interesting to see how many of these guys do get in the next couple of years. When you're talking about Schilling, Bonds, and some of these guys.
A-Rod's next year, right?
Is he next year?
I think so.
Yeah.
That sounds about right. It's just funny because we just got done with the clear-cut guys, like the guys who have been in, and you're moving on to the guys that are not only the steroid guys, but also a guy like Todd Helton. Coors Field is a factor before the humidor and all that stuff. So it's fascinating to watch and just to watch the baseball culture kind of unfold and see what's next. But I'm not surprised at all that no one got in. And it's hard for me to get up or down about the Baseball Hall of Fame, just the sanctimonious aspect of it all.
Yeah, I Marshall, just much like you. I mean, I grew up loving baseball. I loved baseball, and I still love baseball. I could, I knew everybody's lineup growing up. When I'd play in the backyard, I'd go 1 through 9, Giants versus Cubs or Giants versus Braves. I knew everybody and everybody's lineup, and they're so disconnected from just our everyday mindset of sports right now. And things like this, in my opinion, don't help. The writers that have sessions like this where they're saying we're not putting anybody in the Hall of Fame or we're not putting steroid users in there because we're keeping the sanctity of the game or whatever. I mentioned it earlier this week to Damian. They're cutting off their nose to spite their face. I feel like maybe they're trying to do the right thing, but they're doing way more damage to the game's reputation in general, because anytime we bring this up, it's just about how much of a joke all of this is, instead of just saying, hey, mistakes were made, let's move on, put these guys in here, put a little something in their plaque saying it's a museum, put something in there. And I feel like they are doing everything possible to put themselves further and further away from the consciousness of the everyday sportsman.
My point is it's more arbitrary and subjective than a lot of people want to admit. For instance, Fred McGriff is a guy I always thought should have been in the Hall of Fame. And you're like, well, if he had just hit 3 home runs, he'd be in. Let's be real. Back in that era, especially. And he played through some of this, the steroid stuff, no attachment to any of that. So it's so subjective. But most things in life are subjective, whether you're talking about hiring of different people for different jobs, front office, coaching. It's more subjective than people want to admit. The narrative that best person gets the job, best person gets voted in. It's nah.
Fred McGriff, the crime dog, 1993, goes to the Atlanta Braves, kind of swings the division for the Braves and everything. Great player with the Padres, all this other stuff. One of my distinct memories of Fred McGriff is the day he came to Atlanta. A suite in Fulton County Stadium caught fire. You remember that, Marshall?
I don't remember that, but that sounds dangerous. And it's funny because every time I think of Fred McGriff, the first thing I think of is McGruff, the crime dog. And then, and so that's the parallel.
Illinois 60692.
That's wow. That's
And the
fantastic.
defensive drills video they used to play on Sports Center in the morning, endorsed by Fred McGriff. You know,
Yes. Oh yes, the blue shirt with the
yes.
yeah. Tom the
That
man.
is clearly we all watch too much television. If you've learned nothing else from this conversation today, let's go from subjective to speculative. More likely to be the 49ers quarterback next year, Deshaun Watson, Matt Stafford, or Jimmy Garoppolo.
It's Garoppolo. If it's just more likely, just playing the numbers, it's Garoppolo. Like, he's already here. He's under contract. He doesn't cost any assets to go get. It's Jimmy Garoppolo.
Okay, that was like the boringest answer ever.
Is it the truth though?
No,
is it
it's
boring or is
very
it
much the truth. I framed the question wrong. It's my fault.
Don't even put Jimmy in there. Put Aaron Rodgers in there for Jimmy.
Oh, no, that's not Ben Roethlisberger. No, okay. Who do you think is the starting quarterback next year? Do you think they make a change?
No, I mean, it depends on what it's going to cost. Obviously, I just like, what do we think it's going to cost to get Deshaun Watson?
Everything.
Because you're bidding against other teams, and there's too many other teams who want Deshaun Watson. You can't mortgage your future with the rest of your team. Because you're going to have to give up players and draft capital to get Deshaun Watson.
Mm-hmm.
So I just don't think I think Miami's way more realistic of a place for him to land because they got the assets.
Does that make them a
Stafford-
Super Bowl contender?
What'd you say?
Does that make Miami a Super Bowl contender?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely. If Deshaun Watson,
Probably so.
most places where if Deshaun Watson's joining any team that was playoff bound or borderline playoff, and they got guys coming back, they're probably like Miami's got some players on both sides of the ball who can make things happen. Deshaun Watson by himself, we just saw, can make things happen. He had his team in games they had no business being in the post DeAndre Hopkins era. And please. I don't know where Bill O'Brien's working next, but please don't let that man run anything.
Isn't he with your boy?
Who?
Didn't he go to Alabama?
Oh, is that official?
I don't know if it's official. I thought it was official.
Oh,
I will confirm.
Yeah, if
Bill O'Brien,
he can't hurt anybody. Look, Damien, he can't hurt anybody at Alabama.
Yeah, right.
get a ring. He got to get a national championship ring. Wow.
January 13th, finalizing hiring Bill O'Brien with Crimson Tide.
Okay, yeah. So yeah, college is perfect for him. Perfect. You know, because you know what?
Out there too, not at Alabama, but in college.
Right.
You're gonna parlay that into head coaching job at Missouri or something like that.
Or Michigan.
Oh hell no.
Ooh,
Oh hell no.
ooh, watch out.
Don't you play.
Go blue. I'm all for that.
Go blue with Bill O'Brien. No.
I'm all for that.
Stop.
You were about to say something about Matt Stafford before I interrupted you. Sorry.
So Matt Stafford is interesting because I just don't like I don't know enough. I haven't watched enough tape. I haven't seen enough evaluation of his skills to see like how much more he has left. Maybe he's got a lot more left, but has he even fallen off or has he not? Matt Stafford's just been in a bad situation his entire career.
Yeah.
And that's just facts. Yeah. So I understand why Matt Stafford wants to be gone. I'm really interested to see where he lands and what he does. You know, he's not at Phillip Rivers levels of fall off, obviously. So I just want to see how good he can be with some weapons and in a different system and with a different coach and a defense that's consistent. I'm curious.
Yeah. May happen in San Francisco. We'll see.
Tony Romo said Patrick Mahomes has to beat Brady to be in the greatest ever conversation. You agree?
Yeah, he does have to be Brady to be in the greatest ever conversation after year 4?
Yeah.
Year 3 of playing.
The thing is, if he doesn't beat Brady, he's got plenty of time to get into that discussion. But if he does beat Brady, let me tell you, you tell me a guy who's done more in 4 years than Patrick Mahomes if he beats Brady. Nobody. So he's already at the top of the conversation. Then flips to, well, he outgunned an old Brady.
Yeah.
It's like, you know, what's the boxing matchup? He didn't fight him in his prime. Like the classic.
He was Larry Holmes.
Yeah, like
against Muhammad Ali.
But let me tell y'all something. if he does beat Brady, I'll be on this show and any platform that allows me to say Patrick Mahomes is the best quarterback of all time. Period.
I mean, he's getting there regardless. He's
It
getting
sure
there.
feels
That's
like it.
Are we just delaying that conversation if they lose?
Pretty
I think
much.
so.
Pretty
Yeah.
much. I ain't never seen nobody like Patrick Mahomes.
We tried to find a team sport athlete, and you've got to take out the Tigers, Serenas, Nadal, Federers. You got to take those people out. The closest we could find, unless you can think of someone else, Marshall, the closest we could find when you look at the first 4 years was Kareem Abdul-Jabbar.
That's exactly what I was thinking of, because I was like, basketball is really the only, and not current basketball, but old timey basketball is the only thing where you can think of guys who just came in and were like, oh, guess what? Here we go. And he didn't play with scrubs either, Kareem.
Yeah.
But he was definitely the engine on the teams, specifically early in his career, where he was just like, yo, I'm here. I'm about to just dominate. Watch what happens. Watch me work. But yeah, it's like you forget almost that Patrick Mahomes didn't really play his first year and he just sat.
Yeah.
But ever since then, MVP, Super Bowl MVP, maybe another MVP, dicey, but certainly
Maybe another Super Bowl.
second
Yeah.
Super Bowl MVP.
Yeah.
That's the thing. And then the other person we came up with, I know Damian had brought up Derrick Rose. People forgot how huge Derrick Rose was at the beginning of his career. And then we stumbled across Magic. And
well, Magic, the other thing was Magic and his let me play center right quick and just
But
I had another one.
He don't have the MVPs though. He wasn't the MVP
Right.
of the league the way Pat Mahomes was.
Yeah, I mean, if you go back and you look at one, Kareem just doesn't get enough respect in the conversation of the greatest ever. Like it really is mind-boggling. But when you go back and you look at those 4 years and realize he won the Rookie of the Year, then the next 2 years he won the MVP. He won a championship there as well. It is pretty insane, and it kind of mimics what we're seeing with Patrick Mahomes. I just had this when you said old-timey basketball. I was trying to think. There's got to be someone like recent. Tim Duncan.
Okay, he came in with Robinson and did the thing. Now he did it. Yes,
Championship. I think he won an MVP. I think that was the first 4 years.
Maybe.
I'm just throwing it out there.
That sounds right. It's just the fact that Mahomes is like every year I do something. When I play, I do something.
Sure.
It's either MVP or Super Bowl MVP. This year it might be both. That's crazy.
Yeah.
Tim Duncan's first, I know he didn't win in 99. Then it was Shaq. Then it was Iverson. 2002, I'm drawing a blank.
You know what got me? I thought the Shaq one was Tim Duncan's. I think that's what threw me off there. Is I thought Shaq was even Shaq didn't have that impact, when he started.
No. He was young and raw. I think what you're talking about with the NBA, and you'll see this as a pattern. It's always the centers that get undervalued and underrated over the course of time, whether it's Kareem or Shaq or Duncan, who played both power forward and center. But the centers just aren't appreciated like they should be, because my most favorite player to say is the most underrated in NBA history is a center who we didn't even mention. And he's got 2 titles and he's got an MVP. Hakeem Olajuwon, all-time leader in blocks. Yeah. People don't even think about Hakeem like that, but he's like in the conversation.
I think the problem is the centers are so dependent on other people. They're almost like wide receivers, right?
But I think there's also a problem with Hakeem's titles. You can fall back and be upset with me if you want to, Marshall. I'm just saying, everybody knows when Hakeem won the championship. And you almost forget, like you just said, you forget Patrick Mahomes didn't play his first year. People forget the Rockets won 2 titles in the 90s.
Whoa. No one forgets that the Rockets won 2 titles in the 90s.
I forget the Rockets won 2 titles in the 90s.
You're trying to purposefully mislead. We're not going to do the disinformation campaign here on your show. Look, Hakeem was a beast. And he, you know what I'll say about this? I know another guy who won 4 titles who Hakeem took behind the woodshed for a series.
He was like 17 years old.
Oh, okay. Was he 17? Or was he a grown man dominating until he got to the finals and he was like, I don't know what to do with that dream thing?
Marshall Harris, CBS 13, always tremendous stuff, my friend. We appreciate you so much. We're coming back with more. We're with you all the way till 4:30 here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. My man.
Marshall's here on the chat, man. What y'all got to say? You here?
Yeah, it quieted down a little bit, but I appreciate Deuce is repping us pretty hard. So if you're on, he knows how to do this stuff so much better than I do, man. But if you're on YouTube, you hit the thumbs up button, hit the subscribe button, do all of that stuff, man. We really appreciate it. It does a lot for us as we just launched all of these channels this week.
Yeah, this is a crazy step y'all got. I know about StreamYard, but I've never been on it.
Everybody stopped chatting because they wanted to listen to Marshall. Unlike us, they just keep the conversation going the entire time. But when Marshall comes on,
all around,
it's like, everybody be quiet. Marshall's on.
Side stock tips, all while we going on.
I appreciate y'all. Y'all have a great weekend. I think the Kings can win 2 of 3 here over the next. A 3-1 road trip would be huge for this team.
Yeah,
but even 2-2, they're still like hanging around. It really depends on how they play and how it plays out. Like get blown out, that's a different conversation.
My only concern is that these 3 teams are all under 500. Like you have if you've gotten a couple in a row, like keep that going. Like we mentioned the Toronto thing, you owe that. I mean, I guess if you do that, that puts you at 3-1, and then you've got the Pelicans who are just struggling to figure things out when you get back.
They ain't struggling the last time they saw the Kings. That's all I'm gonna say about that.
True
lefty
story.
on lefty crime was that Zion was like, "Let me put you in my pocket, Marvin Bagley. Let me show you some things."
Yeah. That was Matt too who got some of that.
All right, I'll holler at y'all later. Y'all have a great rest of the show, okay?
Thanks, Marshall. We appreciate you, man. Good stuff there. Yeah. Go make that switch. Go make that switch. Y'all see we have so many like when we switch to video, KC has to make an adjustment in the studio, which is related. Once you can hear people on the air, I think you got to pod me down, KC. Oh, man, I think Casey went to the bathroom and forgot to pod me down. Now all I'm doing is echoing. He spaced out on me. Casey! We appreciate y'all watching, man, and hanging out. I'd rather listen to a full 4 hours of wrestling and Kentucky Derby coverage. Get Ken Rudolph on. He'll talk Kentucky Derby for 4 hours. We could forward. Okay. You said Ramsey? Ramsey. I think Ramsey's on the stream too. That's good stuff. That's good stuff. I don't know if anybody's listening to this commercial break who wants to permanently extend this show beyond 2 hours. I know that person was listening earlier saying, man, we have got to get this phone call situated. And I meant to say this earlier. The fact that like a whole bunch of people didn't dump off the stream when we had Biderman on for 15 minutes is pretty dope.
We salute you.
Yo. Okay, Jesse in there cutting up.
I had to get up for this one.
He knows what's
tonight. What?
He knows what's up, man. Every time.
Boy.
It's Friday. This is what we doing on Friday, man. This Flashback Friday here with D-Lo and KC, Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Alex B asked if my studio was sponsored by Radio Shack. Actually, it's sponsored by what's the the home furniture place around here? Levitt's. That's an old school.
Levitt's.
That's what my studio is sponsored by. Where did I get this stuff from again? I'm forgetting. It ain't Levitt's though.
It's all right. You giving Levitt's love? We're giving Radio. Is Radio Shack still in business?
No, sadly.
Are they still open?
And no, they're gone. They're done.
They had like them
for about 5-6 years now.
Okay, well, I've been following that closely, as you can tell. We're live on Twitch, Twitter. We're live on YouTube. If you're on YouTube, hit the thumbs up, man. Thanks for Deuce for the big reminder on that. Casey, go ahead.
RC Willie.
Wait, what is RC Willie? That's a furniture place?
Yeah, furniture and appliances.
Okay.
That's what this is sponsored by. Not really, but if they want to.
They should. And as a matter of fact, anybody who listening wants to sponsor something, you really should. Simple as that. Just call someone. I wish I could tell you who to call. I know you can call Justine. I just don't have Justine's phone number. So call someone at Intercom, and we'll get you set up. You can sponsor whatever you want. You can sponsor D'Lo and Casey. You could sponsor Courtside. You could sponsor Marshall Harris's appearance. You could sponsor Deuce and Mo's appearance.
Yeah. The power rankings, you can sponsor those.
I don't know. After those rankings you had this week, player, I don't know that any sponsor is going to sign up for that. Not confident. 916-349-1320. We are with you today until 4:30, and Ramsey is with us right now. Ramsey, what's good, my friend? Okay.
For sure. Yeah. Every during that 7 o'clock Sports Center, 7 a.m. Sports Center, it come on at least 2 times. Yeah, absolutely. You're right, Ramsey. We don't speak about it.
Yeah.
Well, check it out, Ramsey. I think when we brought this up the other day, a couple people were like, hello, Wayne Gretzky.
Yeah.
And what he was able to do. You know, I mean, obviously I'm not a hockey guy and it's not really in our area here, but I mean, Wayne Gretzky did ridiculous things in the NHL, young and old. I mean, the records, all this other stuff. So what he did with Edmonton. So that's out of my jurisdiction. Yeah. I actually remember that.
Thanks, Ramsey.
I remember that 30 for 30 on Gretzky going to LA. That was actually pretty good.
Yeah, that was really good.
Who doesn't like really watch hockey or know the lay of the land like that? They did a good job with that.
Speaking of, sort of, because I guess 30 for 30 is supplemented now with sports documentaries. I watched Tiger. Did you watch it? I saw maybe about 20 minutes of it. I started watching too late. Not that it was bad. I was just tired and almost fell asleep. Okay. I was like, I'll get back to it throughout the weekend. I didn't, but I saw like the first 20 minutes when he was on, what was he on? Carson or something like that? Yeah, he's on one of those late shows. Yeah.
Crazy.
Yeah. And congratulations to Ramsey, by the way. That was our first hockey reference since August 17th, the debut of our show. So, Ramsey, congratulations to you, my friend. You made the very first hockey reference ever. I didn't like Tiger.
You weren't feeling it, huh?
Nah, it was. I'm not going to go so far as to say it was trash. It wasn't trash. Like, if you know the Tiger story. Yeah. So this was my thing with. The Last Dance. Is like, okay, this is how many parts was it? Like 6 parts.
10.
Like 10 parts. Okay, 10 parts. How much are we going to learn? And we didn't learn anything in The Last Dance. Cuz I feel like we know the Jordan story and there was nothing going to be any like ultras, like I didn't expect this big confession. Yeah, I was suspended by David Stern. Like none of that. Like that's all like silly fiction stuff. None of that was going to happen and I didn't think there was anything we were going to learn from it. And so I went into the Tiger thing like, okay, I couldn't remember if Tiger was a part of it or not. So I purposely didn't look until after it was over. But I remember it ended and I thought, wow, that was underwhelming. Like the first hour and a half is the rise. Mm-hmm. And then it ends with his Las Vegas mistress sitting down and in front of the camera going, okay, what do you want me to talk about? And it cuts off, the next episode starts, and then the next episode is all the salacious stuff. And it's like, I don't know, Tiger wasn't a part of it. It just, I didn't think it was good.
So
Or it wasn't bad. I didn't care for it.
Wasn't Tiger in control of this one?
Nope.
Like he wasn't.
So I was confused. He was not. He was not.
He was. Okay.
So I was confused too, because you remember this was announced at the same time The Last Dance was announced, and if you or not the same time The Last Dance was announced, the time The Last Dance was airing, and if you remember, there were two things kind of put out there at the same time. Tiger was one, Tom Brady was the other.
That's one
Brady.
On.
Brady is controlling his documentary. This was based off of some tell all slutty book, and Tiger hates he had no part of it. And overall, there was an interview though at the very end that actually confused me, because I was like, wait a minute. Is this new? Is this like a new Tiger interview? It clearly, they must have gotten it from somewhere, but it looked as current as it could have possibly been, in which he didn't actually sit down with them. So I don't know where they got that from, but I didn't like it. I didn't think it was good.
So let me ask you this so if I watch the Tiger thing, I'll probably learn something, right? Because I'm familiar with Tiger and all the big things that went on, but I wasn't enthralled with Tiger. And I don't know if you were or not, but I compare that to The Last Dance and Michael Jordan. I mean, we talk about it all the time. We used to watch Airtime daily. There's pretty much nothing on The Last Dance that I could have learned from. You know what I mean? But that's me. That's you. That's how we consumed Mike. We consumed everything Mike. So they can't teach us anything. There could be an audience out there that have no idea about Mike, and they learned a lot from The Last Dance.
Sure.
I'm saying it's Do you think Tiger? Did you follow Tiger the way you followed Mike, and maybe that's why you didn't learn nothing from it?
Yes, I did. Okay. And especially the post Thanksgiving stuff. Like if you knew, all of those different stories, again, I kept waiting for something that I didn't know. And maybe I think they expanded on a few things, like the Perkins waitress and some of that. Like they expanded a little bit further on it, but I feel like I knew most of it, and it felt like that final hour and 40 was just and they didn't shy away from what it was. It was about the rise, the teardown, and then it ends with the Masters. His win at the Masters a couple of years ago. So it has the happy ending, and it does all of that stuff. But I just remember thinking, it was missing something glaring, because now, unfortunately, sports documentaries are going to be compared to The Last Dance, especially when you're going multi-parts. Right. I walked away thinking this telling the Tiger Woods story, especially the salacious stuff, without Tiger is stupid, because the next time Tiger talks about all of that stuff will be the first time Tiger talks about all of that stuff. Right. So until you do that, it's just kind of like you're watching like a tabloid television show. Yeah,
I feel you on that. And then the whole thing, when Tiger is involved, it's going to be, it's geared to make him look great, kind of like how they did with Mike, right? And I looked at Mike's thing where people were like, well, he was in control of it, so of course he's going to, make himself look good and make others look bad. You can tell me if I'm wrong. I thought Mike was pretty transparent in there.
I didn't walk away feeling like they left something out. The only thing I thought the pizza story was dumb. Like, it didn't even like what? Like, all of these years, like a pizza? Like, stop it. Like, I mean, I think people were waiting to find out if he was hungover, or people said it was the flu game, or wasn't the flu game now, it's the food poisoning game. No, dude, you had the flu. Like, just unless you were drunk and you're fine and you're going to acknowledge it, then just let it be the flu. Don't do this food poisoning story. And it fit all of the other stuff about how he spit on food so people couldn't eat it and all of those different things. And it's like, what are we doing here? And then the group of people going up to take it to his room. It didn't it felt so fake to me.
That was a little crazy. I look back at that, and my favorite part of the whole documentary is when he kind of explained, he broke down and talked about how he played, and he didn't censor how he treated Scotty Burrell at first, like without context, and until the end when it kind of came out like Scotty ended up playing good. Now, whether that was because of Mike or not, who knows? But I mean, he didn't shy away from that. Some of the coverage they got, he was pretty hard on Scotty Burrell, talking crazy. A lot of people were like, oh yeah, well, that's not the real Mike story because he was in control of it. I thought it was I thought it was pretty transparent.
Well, then I just asked those people, like, what did you think Mike withheld from? Like, what part of his story do you think he didn't tell?
Yeah, I agree. He addressed the gambling. He addressed, and I guess without, the things that had to do with the Bulls. Like maybe people wanted stuff about his personal relationship, and I didn't think that's not. I'm a big believer that's not any of our business. And he don't need to put that in a documentary. It's about him as a basketball.
What, you mean like Reinsdorf?
No, just like I heard people talking about, his marriage and what went on with that.
Oh, yeah.
I'm like, that don't need to be in The Last Dance. Are you guys crazy?
Yeah, this ain't. I mean, I get it. People want the salacious part. They want the hour and 40 minutes that you get with the second part of the Tiger Woods documentary. Like that's the stuff that they want, and that's the stuff. Again, the first time Mike addresses his marriage, and the first time Mike addresses, that the stuff that ultimately led to the end of his marriage, it'll be the first time that Mike addresses that stuff. So that didn't bother me. That didn't bother me one bit. There were some scenes, obviously the one where he's talking about if you're not tough enough to play with me because I care about the game more than you, and he has that little breakdown at the end of one of the episodes. Like, okay, that was a moment that let you into his competitiveness, right? And so with Tiger, all you hear is people talking about his competitiveness. You never get that moment from Tiger when you're let in because he ain't in it.
Right.
And, whenever Tiger's in front of a microphone, in front of a camera, at the Masters or at the U.S. Open or whatever, at any tournament or talk show, he's essentially the character of Tiger Woods. He's the public persona that has been crafted.
Right.
I mean, there are interesting things how he, like, when he cuts people, like when he breaks up with someone professionally, like he cuts up, like Steve Williams. Steve Williams was like, I never thought he wasn't going to speak to me again. Like when when Tiger let Steve Williams go as his caddy for caddying for Adam Scott, he never spoke to him again. Like they had been, Stevie Williams was like, we've been friends for 13 years. I never thought he was never going to speak to me again, but he didn't.
Yeah.
And it's.
I'm gonna finish it though. I'm gonna finish it.
I don't mean to deter people. I don't mean to deter people away from watching it. It just I wanted something different from it.
Yeah, I'm gonna check it out.
Whoa, what do we got here?
Type faster. Whoa.
What do we got here? Hold on. I need the full screen here. Sources: Matthew Stafford considers the Rams a viable contender in his trade market.
Okay. All right, man. Look here, man. I was talking to Javon about this earlier. I mean, the Rams, no salary cap. Nothing matters. There's no salary cap. The Rams got Donald, Goff, Ramsey. They talking about Stafford. They talking about Aaron Rodgers. They talking about Deshaun Watson. No salary cap. The Niners signed Brian Allen. That might push him up against the cap. Come on, man. Come on. What's going on around here, man?
Jeremy Fowler of ESPN says Matthew Stafford considers the Rams a viable contender in his trade market with the Lions. While it's unclear what the Rams can do with Jared Goff's long-term deal on the books, they've explored the possibilities with Stafford. That's interesting because the way I'm reading that is Matt Stafford called the Rams and said, hey, y'all want a quarterback? That's how I read it. I could be reading that wrong.
And I think that's pretty
interesting. Interesting.
Yeah, man. I mean, somebody asked the question, and I think I asked this to you earlier. It's been such a long show now, this extra 30 minutes. But who would want Jared Goff? Who would say, yeah, put Jared Goff in a trade? Let's make that happen. I don't think anybody would want Jared Goff. Not right now. And it's not because he's a scrub or nothing, but you combine where he is with money. Who would want that?
Yeah. Jared Goff is interesting for a number of reasons. I want to mention one other tweet. We don't have to expand on it, but I do want to mention Mike Gruffalo wrote, the Texans have agreed to terms on a deal with Lovie Smith. It's going to make him David Culley's defensive coordinator.
Back in the NFL.
I like that.
You know,
I like it.
I know it was Bomani and Howard Bryant who mentioned it, and I didn't realize this. We talked about, what's my man's name in Detroit? Bite their kneecaps off. Campbell.
Dan Campbell.
And him getting in how all that was going on. And apparently he's hired a lot of black assistants.
Yeah, I mean, the general manager, Dan Campbell getting a job, me having an issue with Dan Campbell getting a job isn't because he's white or because he's not black. It's because Eric Bieniemy continues to not get a job. I don't think Detroit's general manager is black. Look, I don't have a problem. Like, my issue with Dan Campbell wasn't that he was white. It was that, how is Eric Bieniemy still unemployed?
He wasn't qualified, in my opinion. I still don't think he was qualified. That doesn't mean he won't do a good job. I got my reservation.
My bigger issue became him talking about eating kneecaps. Like that became a problem as the day went along. When the hiring was announced, I didn't know this was going to be an issue. It became an issue later.
But just
it's just the dumbest thing.
Eating kneecaps.
We're going to bite your kneecap off, and then we're just going to, every time you knock us down, we're going to take a chunk out of you. Like, if you said that to me, if you were like, come on, D-Lo, let's do this show, baby. We got 4.5 hours, and by 1:30, man, we're going to get knocked down, and we're going to bite someone's kneecap off, and then we're going to get back up, and by 4:30, we're going to be standing. I'd be like, Kenny, I quit. Like, you ain't, fam, these are irreconcilable differences, fam. You ain't for me. I'm out of here. This ain't working. This ain't working for neither one of us. Man. It's not you, it's me.
It's just crazy that he did that. But yeah, I mean, I'm just trying to keep the same energy, though. I'm trying to keep the same energy. He okay, I see what he's doing out there.
Dan Campbell seems to be a guy that people who worked for him and have played for him and with him, they really like him.
Mm-hmm.
That's his first impression. That press conference is his first impression for a lot of us, including me. Mm-hmm. And I think that's another part of my issue, is that's his first impression. For me, it was a bad one. Mm-hmm. Meanwhile, when you're Eric Bieniemy, you have to, like, when is Deuce Staley's name going to start seriously being considered? Like, come on, man. And that's the frustration. And I guess the cool thing about David Cooley's hire, even though he's 65 years old, is it's a black head coach that seemingly came out of nowhere. Mm-hmm. Whereas normally you see him coming a mile away. And in Eric Bieniemy's case, apparently it takes years for them to wind up getting these jobs.
And like we talked about that day and continue to talk about, the fact that Eric Bieniemy, in a weird way, the fact that we keep harping on Eric Bieniemy is almost disrespectful, because it's like he's the only black guy that's qualified to coach.
Right, exactly. No, 100%.
Like
100%.
It's such a double-edged sword there when we talk about him and when we get riled up about him, because there's a level of just harping on him and making it like he's the only qualified guy when we both know that's far from the case. So
that's a great point.
Yeah,
that's a great point. We're live on Twitch, YouTube, and Twitter. We'll hope you'll check us out. Search ESPN 1320 on Twitch. It's twitch.tv/ESPN 1320. You can find us on the Twitch app as well. YouTube, again, we're on Twitter. Follow us. Hopefully you already are. If you're not yet, at ESPN 1320. We've got our whole a whole separate show going on during the commercial breaks in this comment section. We've got Courtside with D'Lo and KC coming up at 3:30. We've got the Heartbreak Kid, Brandon Nunez of the King's Herald. Wrote a really nice article, by the way, about De'Aaron Fox and his improvement. Really great stuff that Brandon wrote over there at the King's Herald. He's going to join us at the top of the 3 o'clock hour, so we still got quite a bit ahead. I want to go back to Jared Goff, though, because you asked who would want him given the money. And I think playing for Sean McVay at this point, like, is a deterrent, because I wonder if teams will look at it and go, well, you know, if the golden boy, if Sean McVay couldn't get something out of him, then gosh, I don't know what our staff is going to be able to do. I wonder if now he's hindered by this guy who has this perceived, whether rightfully so or not, he has this perception that he's this brilliant offensive mind.
Yeah. And
I wonder if that harms him moving forward.
I would think there's an element of that for sure. And
I wonder if that might follow Jimmy Garoppolo too, because I think people have similar feelings about Kyle Shanahan.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like Jared Goff and Jimmy Garoppolo are one and the same in a lot of respects.
How much did it hurt you to say that?
Not much, because I was about to say I think Jimmy's better than Jared Goff, but I think the perception is the same for both. Okay. And maybe a little less for Jimmy, because you don't have the contract attached to him the way you do Jared Goff.
Sure.
But I think people look at them the same. It's like they're a product of their environment, and when things aren't working, it's all their fault. And when things are working, it's because of the coach. And I mean, if I think that's unfair for Jimmy Garoppolo, I think that's also a little unfair for Jared Goff. You know what I mean? So when I asked the question and I posed the question, who will win, Jared Goff, and I know you understand it and our listeners do too, it's not that he's this bum. I don't think Jared Goff is a bum. But all things considered, who would trade for Jared Goff? If he was a free agent, I think he'd have people that would line up to sign him. But who would trade for him? I'm having a hard time telling who would do that.
You know, one quarterback situation we haven't addressed this week, and I guess it deserves at least a little bit of addressing, especially since we're on the topic of quarterbacks, is Ben Roethlisberger. Two different stories this week. The Steelers, someone in the Rooney family, I can't remember who said, yeah, we absolutely want to work things out with Ben Roethlisberger. We absolutely want him back here next year, but we've got to figure out, we have to amend his contract. Ben Roethlisberger comes out the following day. Oh, I'd love to be with Ben. I'll do anything it takes to be a Pittsburgh Steeler. As we know, his cap hit is just extraordinary. It's like $41 million. Again, that's not his cap. That's his cap hit, not his salary. But I wonder what the balance is here for Ben Roethlisberger and the Pittsburgh Steelers, to the point where Ben Roethlisberger doesn't look at this like, wait, what? You want to pay me what next year?
Right.
Versus, hey, I'll do anything for the team, until that anything becomes insulting.
Yeah. So don't say anything. Don't say that. That's the first thing I thought. Don't say anything, because that's not true. And I understand why it's not true. I'm not saying that you should accept pennies on the dollar just because you said anything, but just come out. And Ben is so dramatic. Ben is such.
He kind of is.
He's a diva. He's a diva. I mean, for a number of different reasons, I'm not a big Ben guy, but also, like, he's so dramatic. He really is. Like, just stop. Just say, hey, I really want to be here. I want to work with these guys to figure something out. I'll do anything. Stop. Calm down, Ben.
Yeah. But what is I mean, they were good this year, especially, record wise, they were really good. But what is the future of that team? I mean, at some point, is that a Super Bowl caliber team?
Ooh. Or a lot of people thought they were playing above their heads all year, and what ended up happening to them is kind of where they were at,
including you and I.
So, I mean, and then there's people who watched them a little more closely than I did, who felt like Big Ben, like if they had a better quarterback, that they'd be able to do more. So maybe, they don't have Mason Rudolph wasn't that guy, who they thought would be able to succeed Big Ben. So they're going to have to find a quarterback in this draft, or, get creative and trade for a young guy that they think can succeed Big Ben. But I mean, I think that's what it comes down to, because they got the skill guys, Juju, and then they got Washington, and they got the young boy out of Notre Dame that was balling this year, the rookie. So they've got the skill guys around, but there's just something missing. I don't know if it's the defense, or maybe it just is the quarterback. I don't know, but something is missing to keep them from being a true title contender. Because in the AFC, they're not better than Kansas City. They're not better than Buffalo.
Yeah, that's tough. Yeah, that's and unlike Pittsburgh, who was good this year, and everyone, not everyone, I think a lot of people were like, I don't buy it. I think everybody expects Buffalo to be right back where they were next year. We've got a lot more to talk about. We've got Courtside beginning in just about 45 minutes, but we're going to start talking about the Kings right now. Brandon Nunez at the Kings Herald. He joins us at the top of the hour. And, this is a huge weekend. Not just the Lakers and the Celtics this weekend. Not just Kings basketball tonight and tomorrow. We've got one of the biggest events of the year coming up this Sunday. We'll explain what that is as D'Lo and Casey continue here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
The tease.
You need a break?
Yeah, I need a back break.
No, not you. Ain't nothing I can do for you.
Javon, I see you in the chat. What's up, big dog? Your team.
I need 2 minutes. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm going to talk to Javon real quick, because his Rams are out here. The salary cap don't apply ever. Shout out to Jesse. He said it was Chase Claypool. by the way. Yeah, that boy was bad. Although he faltered at the end of the season a little bit. He started running his mouth, started getting a little chesty, feeling himself, and he didn't produce the same way. So, but I think he's a good ball player. So they got offensive weapons in Pittsburgh. See what Ramsey talking about. Steelers are the third best team in their division. That's not cap. That's not cap. Cleveland showed that they're better. Baltimore's probably better as well. Yeah, that's not cap. No chance. That's what you've got. Can you guys hear Jesse in the chat? We've been trying to figure this out. Jesse, tell them how remarkable Hogan and Macho Man were. What about Zach LaVine? Is he coming to Sacramento? That's what I want to know. Oh, yeah, he's been killing it. I mean, Zach LaVine, nice. I've been one Zach LaVine. I've been on Zach, man. Boy, bad. We know that.
Man, y'all even trying to hear Jesse on the Twitch.
I asked him. I said, can they? No, I asked them. I said, can they hear Jesse? They said no.
Woo! Mega Powers versus the Mega Bucks. You want to say hi to everybody? Come here. Can you get up? Oh,
hey.
Yeah, okay.
She said, what's up with these 4:30 shows, man? You're supposed to be done.
Okay, I know. Okay. Daddy's got a couple more hours, okay?
She said, you're supposed to be done.
Bug, you want to say hi to everybody? There you go. There's the other one. Okay. All right. We got a little while to go. Okay? A little while to go. Okay. The Mega Powers versus the Mega Bucks. SummerSlam 1988.
Oh yeah. Is that was that in London?
No, that was SummerSlam 92. Wembley Stadium.
Stadium.
Brett and Bulldog.
The British Bulldog with his braids.
Yeah. Yeah. Bruh. It don't matter. Like there's dog hair all over my house, clothes. It's nothing at this point. It's nothing. I think my man Will Z was on here. He's the one who created that. We got to make sure we bring up that graphic.
That was Will.
That was Will. Yeah.
Hey man, bro.
That dude is a numbers guy.
That was dope, man.
He's awesome.
Yeah, you don't know the smile that put on my face when they sent that to me, man.
We got to mention that on the show. That's tremendous work.
Somebody's listening. You hear that, young boy? You hear that, young boy on the rejoins? What?
Jesse killing it today.
DJ Jesse.
Man, we hope you're having half as much fun as we are, man. We're having a blast on this Friday. Headed into Kings basketball tonight at 4:30, or today at 4:30, I guess. Courtside with D'Lo and KC begins at 3:30. If you've never heard us do our Courtside show, it's 60 minutes of Kings talk. We think you're really, really going to dig it. We encourage you to stick around for that, and we'll talk plenty of Kings well before then, because Brandon Nunez, the Kings Herald, is set to join us here at the top of the 3 o'clock hour. We mentioned there's some nice little events coming up this weekend. Kings and Heat tomorrow. Of course, we've got the Kings and the Raptors tonight. That's where the focus is. But it's the first night of a back-to-back, as we've got the Kings and the Miami Heat tomorrow. Now I am regretting some of my earlier words for Miami. You know, Miami's really good, despite Jimmy Butler not being around. Man, that's a good quality basketball team.
I think they, as presently constituted, they could get back to the finals.
They could. Yep. That's a good team. That would be a massive
between them and the Raptors, to be honest with you.
I hope everybody can get this tone that we're throwing out there, is we're not going to disparage these opponents that the Sacramento Kings have over the next 2 days. I really do think the East boils down to the Raptors and Heat, and I bet somebody who tuned in without any context to that remark is very, very confused.
What is this trash we're listening to? These guys don't know anything.
Marshall, if you're still listening, context, buddy. We're throwing out context for that. Celtics and the Lakers tomorrow as well. That'll be a good one.
Yeah. Also tomorrow, I know you'll be watching Caleb Plant back in action on Fox.
I don't know what you just said.
Caleb Plant, the super middleweight IBF champion of the world. He's back in action. Canelo, stop ducking that man. We want to see Canelo versus Plant. And we want to see Plant versus Benavidez. Let's go. Let's make these fights happen in 2021.
Caleb Plant sounds like a vegan food delivery service that I'd probably try. Lakers and Celtics, by the way, is on 1320. It's on here tomorrow. So
we got it on the Yellow Rose.
The Yellow Rose, man. We're your friend here on ESPN 1320. We got you. We have got you. We're live on twitch.tv/ESPN 1320. We're live on Periscope /Twitter and YouTube as well. We appreciate everybody for hanging out with us. The Royal Rumble is coming up on Sunday. I'm not locked into WWE. I haven't been paying attention. I mean, I've been following, like, more reading than watching. I know there's some cool stories going on with Bray Wyatt and the Fiend and Alexa Bliss and all of that. And
they doing that. My boy Randy
Orton.
Boy Randy. Oh, we gonna have that
folks on fire.
We're going to have that discussion one time on air. Randy versus Triple H. I think the argument is getting stronger from my boy, the Apex Predator.
Here's the question: has Triple H ever set somebody on fire? just thrown matches like on top of him in the middle of the ring. I'm not sure. Randy Orton has. I don't know that Triple H has. I know my early pick for this, and this was months ago, was Big E to win the Royal Rumble.
Okay,
I want to see Big E versus Roman. And again, I'm not 100%. I think you told me they're on the same brand, so it does work. But I don't know who's going to win this year.
Roman versus Kevin Owens on Sunday.
I love this incarnation of the Roman Reigns character. I know that much.
He's doing it. I really wish, that the fans were around, because I love to see how he would do with that energy and how they would interact with him. I think that would be pretty dope. But he's killing it right now. Him and Paul Heyman are killing it. I love it. But yeah, Big E versus Roman Reigns, that'd be dope. I don't know. I hope they do. Don't get it twisted. I don't know if they're ready to go with Big E just yet.
Okay.
At WrestleMania.
Okay.
I hope they are, though. I really do.
You said you hope that you wish there were fans around there. I'm curious what they do after WrestleMania, because they're going to have fans at Raymond J Stadium. But what are they going to do after that? Are they like in the process of booking like outdoor, stadiums and venues? Because it's March, you're playing less of a risky role with weather. Of course, you could stay in areas like Florida and Arizona and different things like that. Try to get as many outdoor stadiums or baseball fields or whatever as you can, and start booking television that way. I don't know what the cost would be for putting on a Raw or a pay-per-view in not being able to get like a full gate out of it. But I'm confident Vince McMahon would try just about anything.
Facts. They're going to have to try and do something, because their venues are running out.
Yeah.
Like after WrestleMania, baseball, that's a whole nother black.
Yeah, they're in the
eye.
Tampa Bay. Are they where Tampa Bay plays right now? Tropicana Field?
Tropicana Field, but that's another black eye on baseball. They don't even know when they're starting to play. Like how? But anyway, let's just assume they start in the regular time. The Magic may be in the playoff race there. If not, they still got like 3 or 4 weeks left in the season. So I don't know what WWE is going to do with the Thunderdome.
We mentioned, do you have a pick
for the Royal Rumble? Give me a little bit. Give me 10 minutes. Give me 10 minutes.
I'll give you
go Big E like you did. I want to go different, but that's a good choice.
All right, think it over. We'll get back to it. We were talking about the Detroit Lions a few minutes ago, specifically Dan Campbell and his knee biting, and we mentioned Deuce Staley. Mark Brunell and Deuce Staley are both joining Dan Campbell's staff
Mm,
in Detroit. So there you go.
Okay.
Staley interviewed for the Eagles head coaching job after Doug Peterson was fired. Obviously, he didn't get it. He was with Philadelphia at the time. He just asked to be released. He probably knew he wasn't going to be retained. So he's caught on with Dan Campbell in Detroit down there. So Deuce Staley is another name to watch. Mark Brunell. I didn't know he was a coach. I thought he was. I take that back. I heard he was a coach. I thought he was not like a quarterback's coach on a team, but like how quarterbacks go to see coaches. I thought that's what he was.
like the Akeem Olajuwon of
Right. Yeah. Right.
now. Yeah. So that's interesting. Speaking of coach, this is a small minor detail, but my Niner fans might appreciate this. I heard today Tom Rathman retired from football, and he did a lot of great things on the field for the 49ers, but he was a really good coach for them. And then he moved on. I think he was with Detroit this past year or last couple of years, and he retired from the NFL. So shout out to Tim Rathman.
He did a really good interview with the Morning Roast, right?
Yeah.
95.7 The Game, with Bonte and Kate and Butcher Boy, and that was good stuff. I remember watching it, but Rathman and Roger Craig, that era of, and I always found it wild that the running back of the San Francisco 49ers had the same name as the coach of the manager of the San Francisco Giants.
Oh, baby.
That was wild to me. Like, wait a minute. No, I love Roger Craig. No, not that Roger Craig. That Roger Craig. Running back Roger Craig.
Absolutely.
Rathman was a beast.
He was a beast.
He was a beast.
And that's what I love with Juszczyk. He kind of reminds me of having that Swiss Army knife that Rathman gave us. So it's good to have Juszczyk bringing that back to the 49ers. I'm going to go with, on a side note, I'm going to go with what Bryce said. I like the energy for Edge to win the Royal Rumble.
That was a hell of a promo Edge cut. Or I don't know, the one that they aired a couple of nights ago where he's sitting in the middle of the ring. That's not a bad pick.
Yeah, I like the energy for Edge right now. The rated R superstar, one of my favorites.
I get that. I like that. That was a hell of a promo. If you're going to do it, hell, why not? Why not this year? I mean, you're kind of. I wouldn't want to push the button on any major storyline until you have fans back to pay it off. And I don't know when that's going to be. Like, I'm fine that you're throwing Goldberg out there because, like, who cares? No one's paying for it.
Right.
And soon, hell, by WrestleMania, all this stuff is going to be on Peacock anyways.
Let's go.
It's gonna like, is Triple H and are they cutting all new promos that say $4.99? Remember when they did the whole $9.99 promo bit? Are they gonna do the whole bit now where it's $4.99? Like, you can go from Monday Night Raw to The Office. I can't wait for, like, are they gonna get Michael Scott to appear on an episode?
They actually, speaking of Steph and Triple H, they actually did a skit the other night on Raw. Like a full on, not in the ring, like
was that the WrestleMania announcement thing? Because that was trash.
Oh, it was garbage.
That
was garbage.
Unmitigated. That was just pure stinky hot garbage. They should be ashamed of themselves. That was so bad.
No, that was stupid. It really was.
Again, I don't get where the product is, but I'm excited for the Royal Rumble, that's for sure. We're going to get Brandon Nunez here in just a heartbeat. Let's get Sam in here first, 916-349-1320. Sam, my brother, what's happening?
What up, Sam? Yeah, man. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mm. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. I
Great
agree.
stuff, Sam. Yeah, and you're 100% right, man. We appreciate you. Thank you so much. And if I didn't know better, I would think that was you trying to get rid of McGlinchey. Like if I didn't know better, I would think that was Kenny Caraway on the phone if he wasn't staring at me.
Hey, Sam knows what he's talking about. And I was going to make this argument where I know it sounds disrespectful, but I believe that
I love when you start a sentence like that.
I believe that you can win or get to a Super Bowl with a elite quarterback and an average or below average pass rusher.
Mm-hmm.
You cannot get to the Super Bowl with an elite pass rusher and an average to below average quarterback.
Agree. You're listening to D-Lo and KC on KIFM. West Sacramento, KRXQ, HD2 Sacramento, a radio.com sports station, and driven by Lasher's Elk Grove Dodge. Speaking of elite, we've got an elite rider here in Brandon Nunez, the Heartbreak Kid. We've dubbed you that. Yeah, we've given you the nickname, Brandon, as the Heartbreak Kid. Dude, that was a fantastic piece that you wrote, by the way, on De'Aaron Fox and kind of his improvement over the first 4 years of his season. That was great work.
I appreciate that, guys. I appreciate that.
So
I got to get myself one of these hoodies just to start, by the way.
Hey, man, it's the hoodie gang over here, on D-Lo and KC. This is what we do. We don't play around with the hoodies.
Yeah, for the radio crowd, I changed hoodies because
the hoodie that he had on before.
Yeah, I changed hoodies because the first one was looking a little rough on the live stream I was being made fun of mercilessly by the community there on twitch.tv/ESPN1320. Brandon, what's the biggest difference that we've seen from the Sacramento Kings over the course of the last two games against the Knicks and the Magic?
Man, I hate to be a little I don't know, people are optimistic that the defense is looking good. They kind of did just play two really bad offenses, though. You still have to go out there and guard the guys. It's NBA players. They can light you up at any point. Like Vucevic is no joke. We saw Julius Randle go crazy. Excuse my dog. I
love that your dog brought the chew toy over. Yeah, over as the interview started.
She only likes that toy when I'm recording. I swear.
I have too. I believe it.
Yeah. But I mean, you have to go out there and guard the NBA players, obviously, with a whole lot of talent. But I mean, you were playing two of the worst offenses in the league. They're both bottom five, and it was the two worst shooting performances against the Kings so far this season. I think the game coming up tonight against Toronto will be a really good test to see if things have actually changed, because I do think there's progress Marvin Bagley didn't play center at all the last two games. I didn't check if it went back further. Every one of his minutes came alongside Rashawn Holmes. And the minutes when Bagley was playing five this year, which I think they still need to kind of get out there and he needs to work on it. They were getting destroyed. I think that he's really got to work on rim protection, and him playing at the four has been big. They're not switching as much, which I think is helpful. Especially going into Toronto tonight. If y'all remember last game, Fred VanVleet was doing whatever he wanted against the big man.
Blindfold and a cigarette.
Yeah. So yeah, I think that, and then there's been moments of like kind of lack of engagement and maybe your head down because what they've had multiple probably 15-point leads that I think we all kind of are expecting to go away. Yeah. And then once they do, I think the effort kind of woes and wanes a little bit, and that wasn't happening while they were locked in. So at very least the effort was there, but I think there is an aspect of just not playing good offenses the last two games.
HBK, that's what I'm gonna call you. HBK, break this down for me here, because you mentioned something right there about Bagley not playing center. And I know a lot of people, since he's been drafted, have been saying, that's his ultimate position. That's where he's going to be. I've been on the other side. I don't think Marvin Bagley's a center. I don't think that's where you get the best value. I think he's a power forward. A lot of people were worried about, him, not really having an outside game and how that would mesh with a Rashawn Holmes or any other center. Is the fact that he has started to shoot the three ball a little bit better and show that he can get out on the perimeter, has that made it a little more acceptable for him to be a power forward and where he could end up being in the grand scheme of things? Or are you one of the guys that still see him as eventually he's going to have to be a center in this league?
This year I've come around to, I've been more open to him possibly at the power forward, partially because that shooting that you're talking about, 34% from three, and the stroke looks good. Like, he's confident. There's definitely still times I think that people will just kind of, turn the other way and decide not to close out, and maybe that they don't look great sometimes, but the spacing's fine. I just, like, for me, when I define positions in the league, I look at defense. And I think the big thing for me is that with all the switching they did at the beginning of the year, and it was a little too much, but Bagley really showed he can move his feet really well. And he's got great length to him. Like, we know Bagley is an athletic freak. So I think that I am more optimistic at him playing the four with some of the switchability that he's shown. I'd like to see him work on the rim protection. Like, I think when he's in the right spot, he does a really good job staying vertical, but he's just kind of like there a half second late, which, I mean, that'll come around. He's barely 92 games into his career, even though it's been 3 years. So I've come around more to, I think there could be something at the four. I still think it probably is best at the five, but I mean, I'm loving what you're getting with Rashawn Holmes, so I don't mind Bagley at the four.
Nope.
Yeah, Brandon Nunez with us here on D-Lo and KC. We're with you till 4:30 today. Yeah, I know, and rightfully so. You pointed out the bad offenses that the Sacramento Kings played over the course of the last couple of games, but I think one big difference, and it really stood out in the game against Orlando from tip. It felt like the guys were a lot more aggressive in trying to get to the basket. There was no settling for jump shots. There was no, settling for anything. I think the second offensive possession was Buddy penetrating to the basket. We saw Harrison Barnes do that a lot, which Luke Walton has kind of put an exclamation point on how important it is for the success of that team. Do you think that was a shift in mindset, or perhaps they were just taking advantage of a team they thought maybe weren't ready for them?
Yeah, it might be Orlando just doesn't really have great rim protection, and you can see the same thing tonight with Toronto. I think that's one of their weak spots is the big man after losing Gasol, Ibaka. And yeah, but they did a good job of taking care of the ball on the offensive end of the floor. The New York one, there were more turnovers than you probably would like, but I mean, I think that just being patient on offense and executing on that end, it does help on defense for sure. Like, you're kind of getting at there, and limit transition opportunities. And there were times where people were looking a little lost on who they were covering and picking up in transition earlier in the year, and I thought that looked better. But both of those teams also are kind of bottom in assists, and I think that part of the Kings' defense issues is, like, they got decent individual defenders, but sometimes some of the guys I think get a little lost in rotations, so the ball not swinging too much was probably a little helpful. But no, I think that the offense and attacking was definitely a positive factor that led to some decent defense.
I look at this weekend, specifically this weekend. They got another game on Monday, but specifically this weekend as being an opportunity for this team. I know a lot of people are, in the camp of them, not being good this year, getting a high draft pick, whatever the case may be. But I know the guys out there on the floor, they're trying to win. The guys on the coaching staff, they're trying to win. And I'm going to go with that premise when I say this weekend, they have an opportunity to kind of really, I don't want to say turn the corner completely, but get back in the swing of things, right? You struggled, you got down to 5-10 or whatever. But if you can come out of this thing, splitting these next two games, and in a perfect world, winning both of these next two games against teams that are struggling as well, I mean, that could kind of turn around your outlook for the season. Do you think I'm making too much of this weekend about being big for these guys, trying to turn things around, or is just as important as maybe I see it?
No, I mean, I think momentum is a huge thing in the league, and I think that if these 2 Memphis games didn't get postponed too, this would be a really big stretch for just feeling good and getting some good momentum going through the rest of the year. But yeah, like you said, Toronto and Miami, I mean, even though they are struggling and it's 2 teams that are probably worse offenses than they should be, which I think would help the Kings, they're still big names. Like, I think if you walk out of it and you're like, man, we just beat the Raptors and the Heat, 2 teams that are top 4 teams in the East last year, that you could feel really good. So yeah, no, I think this is a really big weekend, and they definitely are going to need some momentum because they got a rough stretch after that with Pelicans, Celtics, Nuggets, Clippers, Sixers. So
Yikes.
Brandon Nunez with us. We encourage everybody to go check out his fantastic work over the Kings Herald, particularly his latest article on De'Aaron Fox. As we get you out of here, you've obviously done a tremendous amount of research over the last couple of days and weeks. What's the biggest area that De'Aaron Fox has improved in over the last 4 years?
I think I want to ask you guys this, actually. So when you get this max deal from Fox's point of view, right, do you think that adds more pressure, or do you feel less pressure that, like, hey, I can work on other aspects of my game now that I've already locked in this money, or do I have to live up to the contract? Because I kind of think he's playing more free. And a way I kind of pitched it was I think that he could feel more loose, like just willingness to try more because he's locked in the money. But traditionally it's, there's more pressure with it. So where do you guys think that leans?
For me personally, I see what you're talking about where, the bag has been secured and you have the ultimate sign of commitment from the team. And now it's like, okay, let me open up and let me breathe. But I also think it goes into the type of individual you are. And I think Fox has this in him where that contract is a sign of, okay, it's on me. It's on me to get this done here in Sacramento. And there's a level of pressure that comes with that. And there's a level of pressure that you welcome if you're a certain type of individual. And I think Fox is that type of individual. So I think it works both ways. I see what you're talking about where now, I don't have to worry about the huge contract. That's done. But now there is a level of pressure to get this team to another level.
I think it's the mentality of the athlete. Like, the athlete can, take a breath and look at it like, oh, we got it. Or they can look at it like, okay, this organization, I've worked, the first 3 years to ensure that this organization will trust me with its future. And here they are. They just trusted me with their future. So I'm going to step out. I think De'Aaron is, again, what I've seen of him, I think he's probably more in that mindset. While also, he's also trying to figure things out with this roster, just like, so many other guys are trying to get used to playing with Marvin Bagley on a consistent basis. Maybe that's more of the freer aspect that you're talking about. But I definitely think he's in the mindset of living up to that contract.
Yeah, and he's definitely not a guy to take his foot off the gas, from my perspective or anything. But I think that, like, he's definitely been more willing to pull threes. He looks more comfortable. I don't know if there's anything like different with the form, but he just looks more comfortable. I'm sure it's just a ridiculous amount of reps that none of us see. He's really quick to pull that. I think his handle's really good. I think it's really tight this year. Yeah, he's got a real low. He's so comfortable with his right hand now. Like, he can go, I think, nearly full speed, 90%, something like that with his right hand. And I don't think that was quite there before. I think a lot of it really just has to do with being comfortable, shooting a lot of threes. And, he's taking like a fraction of the amount of attempts at the rim, which is where you want Fox to get. But I think that it's just more of like, all right, well, I need to be able to knock this shot down. So I'm going to make sure that I'm developing this right now. Because I actually don't think the Kings are like that far from really being in a really good spot. And you can make the argument they're there right now, but I think that Fox has developing to do. And I think that he could look at this right now as, okay, I can get these mid-range 3-point shots whenever I want. And I also can get to the rim whenever I want. But these jump shots are where I need to work. And I think that he's really making an emphasis on pulling those. He's really got this step back, I think, is a little new, or maybe just how often he's using it. So I think he's more confident on the jumper and he's pulling it a lot. And I definitely think there's a tighter handle from him as well, especially that right hand.
Yeah.
The boyhood dream has come true. It's the heart-baked kid, Brandon Nunez, the Kings Herald. Thanks for joining us, my friend. We really appreciate it. Great work as always.
Thanks for having me on, guys. I appreciate it.
Appreciate you.
Can't sing that man's praises enough. We're gonna step out. We're coming back. We'll get you ready for the Kings and Raptors as D'Lo and KC continue here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. All right, nice job, Brandon.
Appreciate it, fellas. Anytime.
All right, man.
Indeed.
We'll talk to you soon, buddy.
Yeah, have a good one. Thanks again.
Yep.
Dame, I'll be right back, bro.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Oh, it's all me. It's all me in the comment section. Let's go. What do we got in here? There was a couple of things I saw earlier. What did we? Someone said something about hoodies. Where are we at with the hoodies? Boom. We're working on the D'Lo and KC hoodies. We're working. I've got old podcast hoodies available at thedopenones.com, but those are those more than a podcast hoodies that we got. That's at the Dope Ones. We're working on D'Lo and KC's though. We just need the thumbs up from the legal department to be able to sell them. Pretty much the case with everything. Where are you? Oh yeah, Rich. Good luck with that, Rich. Sorry, buddy. Oh, Threat Level Midnight. That's a great Office episode. Chiron's making his way through the Office finally. I love Threat. I think Threat Level Midnight is underrated. That's a really, really good episode. I enjoy the hell out of that one. I've rewatched that one a lot. You need a Kang's hoodie. Yeah, I've been meaning actually. I don't know that I want a Kang's hoodie, but I do like the Sacktown hoodies that the King's Herald have. I like those a lot, and I think I'll probably scoop one of those up here at some point. Will the hoodies have all the phrases that you're putting on a T-shirt? That's a good idea. Well, I know we were going. I know I got to start writing these down. I always say let's put that on a shirt, and we never do. I know look for Kenny Caraway is one of them. That's absolutely going to be his thing. For Rich, all you need is the NBC Sports app. No, that's not true because you have to log into the NBA Sports app with a login, but it's tied to the zip code, so that can get a little dicey. Michael Scarn, cleanup, aisle 7 or 8. I don't remember what aisle it was. You think you know me? You think you know me? Pick Coco, beware, you coward. He's a real brother. Triple H and HBK killed Vince. Remember? No, that was never confirmed that it was Triple H or HBK. Remember, they dumped that whole storyline because, he who shall not be named. So they had to destroy that whole storyline. I was curious though. I didn't hate that angle as much as other people did. I thought it was great, especially after The Sopranos, not ending in somebody blowing up. So I actually didn't hate. Remember the Vince McMahon limo blowing up?
Yeah.
I didn't hate that. That was me.
Didn't Donald Trump call and check on him afterwards?
Yes, he did. He did. Imagine seeing a limo blowing up on television going, I need to call and check on that guy. I need to make sure he's okay.
Oh man. That was epic though.
I thought it was I know people hated it. I liked it. I thought it was great.
How did they get out of that, by the way?
That's what we were just talking about. You're not allowed to talk about it. Because that angle happened right before a rather notable double murder suicide.
It was like the Raw before that?
It was like 2 or 3 weeks before.
Wow.
They were supposed to have the night that thing happened. It was like Vince McMahon, like it was basically like a Vince McMahon funeral.
Wow.
And yeah, whoops.
What did the guy say? He said, Vince came out and said, I'm fine.
Well, every time Vince does something like that when Trump did when they did
not a Hall of Famer, by the way. And I love Ricky Waters, but no.
when Donald Trump on Storyline bought Raw, the WWE stock tanked because they thought they sold WWE to Vince McMahon.
Hearing about that.
Yeah. It's like,
I remember hearing about that.
okay, that wasn't a good enough clue for some of y'all, huh? A fictitious storyline called a stock to tank. I wonder what the stock did after. Hey, Rich, I think this is for you right here. I wonder what the stock did after that NBC announcement. I have to imagine it did pretty well.
I would think so too. Because that's a pretty big deal, right?
That's a weird. Yeah. 10 seconds.
I picked
back
that.
on the air. Yeah.
No. Hold on. Hold on now. Now, I know. I love it. Microphone fiend. I absolutely love it. But I know for a fact, Jesse is just going to Google and saying, what are the top 10 best songs from the 80s? He's never heard Microphone.
I know. Other than California Love, I don't think he's heard any of these songs he's playing. But I'm all for it. I'm all for fired. I'm all for. Oh my gosh, man! Yeah, it's Flashback Friday here with D'Lo and KC. We are with you. I know we're not normally on right now. As a matter of fact, if you're tuning in to hear Damon Ratto and Kolsky, and you're like, "Yo, what is this?" Hey, we're D'Lo and KC. We're here with you each weekday, 12 to 2. For now. Hopefully that'll change soon. But we're here with you normally 12 to 2. But we got Kings basketball tonight. And since we host Courtside an hour before tip, we thought, yo, it's Friday. We ain't got nothing to do. Let's stay on for 4.5 hours. And that's the plan. And as a matter of fact, in 10 minutes, we'll start Courtside. That's 60 straight minutes of Kings Talk. We'll give you everything that you need to know about that game tonight, about the Toronto Raptors. And, man, it's been a fun day today. And, oh, by the way, if you're not familiar, Kenny's keys to a Kings victory.
Yeah.
You need to lock in. It's the final thing we do before heading out to watch the game. Kenny's keys to a Kings victory. And our man Will Z put together an incredible spreadsheet.
Shout out to Will.
That is documented all of Kenny's keys, the stats that go along with Kenny's keys, and whether the team won or lost based on hitting Kenny's keys to a Kings victory. And let me tell you this, my partner's on point. Like you talk about if you are a business owner and you want to purchase a segment on our show, Kenny's keys to a Kings victory is the one.
LifeLock.
That's the
Are
one.
you listening?
LifeLock. Get on this. There is one anomaly to all of Kenny's keys. When Kenny lays these out and the Kings accomplish them, they win. Mm-hmm. There's one anomaly.
What we got?
I think it was the Portland game.
Oh, yeah, that was crazy.
They hit all 3 keys, but lost. It was the game that you said the Kings couldn't have played better. I mean, defensively, they left a little bit to be desired, but that was Dame, that was CJ, that was a group of talented guys just out muscling them in the fourth quarter.
Yeah, that didn't make no sense. That one was crazy. It was it was crazier than the first Toronto game. The first Toronto game, as we look back on that today,
yeah.
That was just wild. All right, I don't know what happened that first Toronto game, but that Portland game, the second one, it was what my man Pedro Martinez always say, you just tip my hat and call the Blazers my daddy.
That's another one of your favorite lines there. And if you forgot what happened, and I'm confident you didn't, but if you forgot what happened in the first Toronto game, Kenny and I will recap all that beginning in 8 minutes when Courtside with D'Lo and KC gets underway.
8 minutes, Jesse, we're on. What's that from, Jesse? On.
I see you there.
On.
916-349-1320 at D'Lo and KC on Twitter and at ESPN 1320 as well on Twitter. Of course, we're on twitch.tv/ESPN 1320. We're available on YouTube and we're streaming the show live on Twitter right now as well. It's been a fun show, man. We had a great conversation with Marcel Harris. Chris Biderman brought some levity So, because we really started out this show firing off every sort of San Francisco 49ers rumor we could think of. And Chris, okay, guys, calm down. Let's be a little bit more realistic about what's in front of us, because the day started with the Houston Texans introducing David Culley to everybody and saying, we have no intentions. We expect Deshaun Watson to be our guy. We have no intentions of trading the player.
That's what I was waiting for. I was waiting for that. That'll put butts in the seats.
Yeah, and this, whether this is posturing, and Kenny and I are debating whether this posturing bit is the right thing to do, because if you're gonna move, my belief is if you're gonna move Deshaun Watson, tell everybody. Be like, okay, you guys have heard the story. It's been confirmed by us. It's been confirmed by Deshaun's camp. He doesn't want to be here. You know our struggles. If we trade Deshaun, we need a quarterback. We also need draft picks. Okay? What do you got? We're taking, my phone calls are open. Do a press conference. Do a Zoom call. Put your phone number at the bottom of Zoom. Tweet your phone number out. Call me with your trade proposal. How many draft picks you got? How many first rounders you willing to give up? Because we need to rebuild our entire roster. J.J. Watt is 467 years old. We're probably going to trade him too. As a matter of fact, you want Deshaun Watson? We'll give you J.J. Watt also if you throw in an extra draft pick. We need to rebuild everything. Just take it. Take it. Just take it all in just open season.
And in that particular case, you can use the other teams as your leverage. You know what I mean? Like, all right, Miami, you're offering this and that. I just got a call from New Orleans, and they're doing this. Can you match that? Pit these teams against each other. I was looking at you crazy when you first mentioned it, but you're 100% right.
Do it all. Here. You want to be revolutionary? Do it all at once. Get everyone who wants in on a Zoom call at the same time and say, you know what? The fact of the matter is this. Let's say, seriously, 5 teams? 6 teams? I don't know how many. Let's say let's go on the high end. Let's say 8 teams. All call. You know what? You guys aren't negotiating with. I'm the Houston Texans. You guys aren't negotiating with me. You're negotiating against each other.
Yeah.
So y'all figure out what the breaking point is, and then I'll come holla at you.
And they could put this on the 4-letter network. They could put this on, make it a megacast. I'm watching.
Oh, I'm watching. Megacast? Give Deshaun Watson a channel. You want ratings? Let's do this. Put the press conference or put the Zoom call on one channel. Put Deshaun Watson on ESPN2. I don't know if Kyle Shanahan would be a part of the negotiation. Put Jimmy Garoppolo on a channel. Look, put the other quarterbacks.
Any quarterback. Put a whole nother Zoom room of all the other quarterbacks from these teams that are in there right now.
That might have to be on the Patreon version because some of them, or that might have to be on HBO Max because they could be dropping they could be dropping a couple of lines on those shows. It'd be entertaining, but seriously, like, what are you gonna do? Like, if you're the Texans, like, well, what you just said, well, New Orleans called, and here's what they're offering. Pittsburgh called. You know what? At this point, maybe you should call San Francisco because they called, and they're offering a lot more than you are. Maybe you figure out what San Francisco's breaking point is, because this. I don't think it's hyperbole to say this could wind up being the biggest trade in NFL history if it happens.
Yeah, because these things, you don't see these things. You just don't see these things happen. A lot of the times when the star players are moving on, and I'm talking about the star of stars, Deshaun Watson, Reggie White, Deion Sanders, like these are Hall of Famers, first ballot, all NFL 100 team members. When they're moving on, in the case of Deion and Reggie White, it's in free agency. It's not in a trade scenario.
Yeah.
So no, you're right. This has the possibility to be the biggest trade in the history of the league.
Yeah, and I know the Herschel Walker stuff is brought up, but I think this pales in comparison when you're talking about a top 5. You might be able to shrink it down to 4. Some people's list could shrink it down to 3. You're talking about that top caliber quarterback in the league.
Yeah, and I don't remember. I wasn't young. I wasn't around at the time, so maybe Herschel Walker had the same type of cachet as a Deshaun Watson or not Jerry Rice, but Deion Sanders and Reggie White. But when those guys moved, those were looked as Super Bowl winning moves.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
When Dion made his decision to go to the Niners, I know as a Niner fan, it's like we're winning the Super Bowl. We're beating Dallas this year. When Reggie White left Philadelphia and went to Green Bay, I'm sure the Packer fans were like, that's what we needed. We're winning the Super Bowl. And whoever Deshaun Watson goes to, unless it's the Jets, he's probably bringing that fan base to say, we're winning the Super Bowl this year. We're the favorites.
But the Jets still, I don't know that the Jets are a weird team. I mean, you know how I feel about Adam Gase. That was just, to quote my partner, it was malpractice. Adam Gase was terrible, and everybody knew that he was terrible, and it was just like he was just walking a plank for the entire season, and all of us listening think incredibly highly of Robert Saleh, and we believe immediately that is an upgrade. Oh, I mean, a massive, massive upgrade in so many ways over what Adam Gase was. So personnel-wise, I don't know. You're going to have to find – this is the most important thing, and it's a stat on Sam Darnold I haven't looked up. You're going to have to find a way to protect Deshaun Watson, because that's one thing that he's been lacking in Houston all of these years is protection.
Montana to the Chiefs, as Rich pointed out, that was a trade as well.
Oh, was
so
it?
Okay. Yeah, that was a big one.
But okay, that's fair. But it's older Montana.
Yeah,
and I know they went to the
prime.
playoffs and did all that stuff, but it's older. It's an older version of Joe Montana, so it's different. We're talking about a young entering right now the prime of his career. And as much fun as it is talk 49ers, NFL, as much fun as it is to talk about Deshaun Watson and prospective deals, the only thing more fun than that is talking Kings basketball. And it's time for Courtside right now.
Let's go.
We here, baby. We're taking you all the way up until 4:30. The Sacramento Kings are taking on the Toronto Raptors of Tampa Bay. That's right. It's the Kings and the Raptors in Florida, because why not? The only thing weirder than the Kings and the Raptors playing each other is the first time they played at the Golden One Center. We are thrilled that you are here with us here on ESPN 1320. I'm Damian Barling. He is Kenny Caraway. We're live on YouTube, twitch.tv/ESPN 1320. Follow us at ESPN 1320 on Twitter as well, because we are broadcasting the show from there. No better place to get you prepared for the Sacramento Kings and the Toronto Raptors. And man, this game earlier in January was a wild one. The Sacramento Kings were up 19 points at the Golden One Center. Everybody, KC, was feeling good about where we were at and what they were doing, and it disintegrated pretty quickly. It's an astonishing game, Kenny, when you look at these numbers. Sacramento Kings shot 46.8% from the field, 36 assists, just 11 turnovers, and they lost by 21 points.
That's the crazy part. They didn't just lose. They didn't, they outplayed them. Like I talked about earlier, that Portland game, the second one, where, it was crazy. They got ran out the gym.
Yeah. Yep.
How does that happen with the numbers that you just put out there? Well, I'll tell you it happened. The Toronto Raptors, they shot 58% from the field that night. They hit 23 pointers, shooting 51% from beyond the arc, man. It was insane to see what they were doing on the offensive, and they put up 144 points. I know the Kings have been playing some bad defense, giving up 120 here, 120 there. 144. That one's wild.
It is. There is a number that I left out, and you talk about looking how to differentiate. How did the Kings lose this game after having a big lead? How did they lose this game after shooting 56%, 36 assists, just 11 turnovers? Like how? They got destroyed on the boards. 44-26. Chris Boucher just had his way with the Sacramento Kings that night, 23-10. By the way, Kyle Lowry didn't play.
That's right. That's why Fred VanVleet went crazy. But you brought up Boucher. Foreshadowing alert. Foreshadowing alert. Kenny Skis alert.
Oh, man. Oh man. Okay. Well, at least it won't catch us off guard this time.
Right.
At least we.
I said, where did this guy come from? What in the world is going on? He's actually having a pretty decent season as well. I think he's still coming off the bench, but I mean, what he did that night was crazy.
This game is just full of crazy numbers. The Sacramento Kings shot 81% in the first quarter of that game. They hit 6 threes in that game. They scored 43 points in the first quarter of this game against the Toronto Raptors. The bad news is they only scored 49 in the entire second half.
It's not good.
While the Toronto Raptors, they basically just switched roles in the first and second halves. The Toronto Raptors, they scored 77. The Kings were outscored 73 to 49 there in the second half.
Wow. Yeah, man. And this is a situation where the Kings mentioned it a little bit a couple of different times earlier. They need to get a little get back here from the Raptors. And typically you'd be like, hey, it's the NBA. You know, every game is a different game. You just move on. But the Kings aren't the Lakers. They're not the Warriors. They're not the Celtics. They're not a team that garners respect around the league. So sometimes you got to go take your respect. Mm-hmm. And Toronto came into the Golden One Center, and they were struggling, and they looked at the Kings as a get right opportunity, and they were hooting and hollering on the sideline, having a good old time as they came back and crushed that 19-point lead and exceeded it on a whole different level in that particular game. The Kings need to say, you know what? That's not how it goes against us. That's not how we get down. You play us, it's going to be a dogfight. We got to get our get back, and it's time for us to repay the favor to you. I think it's important that they look at this game as an opportunity to make a little bit of a statement against a team that kind of embarrassed you last time they played.
I don't know that there's any kind of about it, but what would be interesting to watch, by the way, that was the Raptors' second win of the season. They were 1-6 going into that game, and they have played they're playing about 500 ball since that game. And it's, I guess what you have to look at for both the Kings and the Raptors is, you know, what is different since the last time these two teams played on January 8th? Like what has changed? Toronto is playing different. We know that Kyle Lowry wasn't there in that first game on January 8th, but what's going to be different for the Kings? Are the Kings really building momentum? Like, is that what they're doing? We had this conversation with Brandon Nunez a few minutes ago. Like, New York isn't, you know, they're the number one defense in the league. That's not undeniable. But they're not going to score points against you.
Right.
Orlando, they're not going to score points against you either. So,
absolutely.
Okay, you've been able to take advantage of those, which are things that we often hope as Kings fans. Like, if there are teams worse than you, please beat them. Mm-hmm. And this stretch of games this weekend, KC, beginning tonight with the Toronto Raptors, Miami tomorrow, and I'll include the New Orleans Pelicans game on Monday. Those are three teams that are below 500. Those are three teams that, you know, Miami's playing without their best player. Those are three teams that just haven't really, truly figured it out yet this season. And in the case of the Toronto Raptors, they still don't have the depth that they had that made them an NBA champion and had them playing into the playoffs, deep into the playoffs last year.
Yeah, I remember us talking about that on Courtside before the game about how outside of Norman Powell, that bench was looking crazy. Now, little did we know Chris Boucher was going to come out there and just eviscerate the Kings. But I think it still remains the same, though. I still, like you just mentioned, they don't have the depth that they've had in past years, and I don't even think it's close. And even with Kyle Lowry back into the lineup, they just don't have the depth, I think, to keep up scoring wise, typically, right? And the Kings have to take advantage of that. The Kings have to, they're not deep themselves, but they score a lot. And they gotta make it where the Raptors get into a little bit of a track meet, but you are focused on the defensive end if you're the Kings on doing the things that you've done the last couple of games. Mentioned, they're not the Magic, they're not the Knicks, they're a little more potent offensively, but still, you're creating some good habits. And I think that this game for the Kings, this game and the Miami Heat game tomorrow, it's a big 2-game stretch. Big 2-game stretch. If you want to do anything this year, I know a lot of people are looking at them to tank and thinking that they're a bad team, but I know those guys on the court and those guys in the locker room are not looking at that season this way. They're looking at it as an opportunity to make a run in the playoffs. Teams around them are struggling as well. You got an opportunity to get right back into the thick of things here with a good weekend. Not saying you necessarily have to go 2-0, but you can't go 0-2. And it would help if you start tonight with a win against the Raptors.
Well, I think another thing with this team, I want momentum to be a thing for the Kings, because it doesn't really appear that it has been so far this year. I mean, really, if you go back to the point when they were, they won their first 2 games of the season, they got to 3-1. I don't think, and I'll this Knicks magic with the postponed Grizzlies games plural in the middle. This is the first time they've won 2 in a row since games 1 and 2 of the season. Yep. I'd like momentum to be a thing for this team. And if you're of the camp, and it's okay if you're of the camp that, New York's not very good. They're good defensively. They're not very good offensively. The Kings needed to do a few things right. I'd argue that was a slugfest, and the Kings did what they had to do to win that game. I have no qualms with the way that the Kings beat the Knicks at all. Mm-hmm. If you want to knock the Orlando Magic, a team that has a better record than the Sacramento Kings, that's fine. Another team that doesn't score a lot of points, another team that's going to attempt to beat you down defensively. They don't do it nearly as well as the New York Knicks have been able to do so far this season. Right. But, okay, I get it. The fact is, Toronto fits into that category as well. Mm-hmm. Toronto they score more points than those other 2 teams that we just mentioned. They score more points than the Magic and the Knicks. But this isn't that Toronto Raptors. This isn't the NBA champion Toronto Raptors, and this certainly isn't the team last year that was fighting their way in the playoffs. No,
100%, Damian. And the other thing about that is, I mentioned, I heard somewhere where, I think the Warriors had the toughest schedule to start the season in the league or something like that. And I'm sitting there like, how are the Kings not up there as one of the toughest schedules in the league? I mean, they played a lot of upper echelon teams in that first month and a half or whatever. And they've finally gotten to a stretch here where they're playing teams where I'm not saying they're expected to win or nothing like that, but it's an even matchup. Knicks Kings is an even matchup. Magic Kings is a relatively even matchup. Mm-hmm. The way the Raptors are playing now, not traditionally, the team that they're putting out there right now, relatively even matchup. I'm not saying the Kings are better or worse or nothing like that, but it's on the same playing field. And one thing that I want to see them, when you talk about get into a streak and get into a rhythm and do things like that, you got games like this. You've got, a 4-game road trip with the Knicks. You got 5 straight games when you're playing teams that are kind of on your level. Come out of that with a nice little 3-2, 4-1 record.
Yeah,
that's kind of what I want to see from them in this stretch of 5 games. They've already won 2 games. Now you got the big back-to-back this weekend, followed by Monday. If you can get 2 out of these next 3, get greedy, try and set a tone for yourself. All right, you set yourself to be back in the thick of things, getting back into a tough swing when they come back home. And I think they got Boston and Philly, Denver, and things of that nature. You got to take care of these situations when you're kind of playing teams on an even field.
And there's no courtside tomorrow, but since you brought it up, like Miami's 6-12. Mm-hmm. You've got the opportunity to do something. I'm looking at the Kings schedule, and it's funny that you mentioned the degree of difficulty, because leading into the season, the schedule looked a lot more difficult than it would be perceived to be at this point.
Right.
Because they've got the wins against Denver. Phoenix has fallen back to, with last night's win, they're back above 500. They're 9-8 now. The Rockets, 2 losses to the Rockets. A loss to the Warriors, who just teeters between 500 and a game above 500. Chicago, who they beat. But then you've got like the Raptors. I would probably the best teams that they've played, the Clippers and the Pacers.
True.
Again,
True.
heading into the season, different.
Yeah.
But now looking back at it, it's like, wow, some of these teams haven't really. I mean, looking at Portland last night, of course they're dealing with injuries, but looking at Portland last night, it's like, gosh, they're just right back in the spot that they were before the bubble last year. Just a team that can't quite put it together.
Yeah, man. Yeah, so that's a good point. Looking at the actual production of the teams that they're playing, maybe it hasn't been as tough as maybe I thought and other people thought coming into the season.
And right now, the teams that you're playing, aren't playing well.
Mm-hmm.
Take advantage, man.
Yes.
Take advantage and take advantage of this show here with you because we've got 60 minutes of Kings Talk here on ESPN 1320 on twitch.tv/ESPN 1320. We're thrilled if you're watching. We're thrilled if you're listening. We've got so much more on the way, including Luke Walton's pregame press conference. We got the Kings Ransom brought to you by BetQL coming up here in just a few minutes. And Kenny's keys to a Kings victory. You do not want to miss that as Courtside with D'Lo and KC continues here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. Okay.
Ooh, I'm here with y'all. Let me stretch my back, though.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Yeah, the Raptors are definitely they're in a tough spot. I thought they did a hell of a job last year, but they just have lost. They have lost depth. Yeah, you ain't lying. We both gonna need that foam roller.
Yeah, man. I got that. Where is my phone?
I very much do not advise sitting for this long.
No. That's like those cross-country flights.
Yeah, that's right. Kenny almost left me hanging on our. So what we do, the reason we do the when the courtside intro hits is we have to. That's kind of our way of rebooting our brain, because if you've been watching and if you have, God bless all of you, and I feel like a lot of you have like you have been with us since this show has started.
Y'all been rolling.
Yeah, we covered a lot of this stuff already. So that fist bump right there is our way of acknowledging reset. Like the show is starting over. We haven't talked about anything. We haven't mentioned the Kings. We haven't mentioned this Raptors game. Again, because it's 3:44. Normally our show is over at 2. So there's an entirely new group of people listening to us. So we just kind of it's kind of our way of hitting the reset button and starting over. So Kenny would have sent the whole show to hell if he had forgotten to hit the fist bump.
I love the Kings before I became a team. What y'all know about that? I know Manny does.
Oh, Manny knows what's up.
You know who did a really, really good remake of Microphone Fiend? G-Dep. Remember G-Dep?
No.
He did.
G-Dep.
No. You remember Make This Money, Take This Money. Ain't no way they could take this from me. He was on Bad Boy, him and Puffy. You don't remember that song?
Wow. Yeah. Okay. G-Dep. Wow.
He did. G-Dep, I think. Oh, goodness gracious. I think he's locked up right now for like attempted murder or something like that. Crazy. But he did something called Dope Fiend, and he killed it. I thought he did a hell of a job.
Okay.
Yeah.
Man, y'all, dude, our producer, dude, Jesse is the GOAT, man. This dude.
Nah. Hey, what?
Jesse is the GOAT. He's got this Luke Walton stuff ready for me. We are ready to go.
What you know about that Harlem Shake, big dog? What you know about that?
Oh, man, I remember that. Yo, Warren, what it do, baby? What's up, Warren?
Warren, what's good, big dog?
Warren's a day one, man.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
He's a day one. Come on, man. Don't. Oh, here we go. Oh, why are you doing this to me? Come on. Okay, see, I might have to do something a little bit different when we run these Luke Walton answers.
Okay.
I'll give you the note if I do, because I try to put him into the Roadcaster, but I might have to just run them off my computer. So just be aware of that.
Okay.
But we've got time. I should be able to. We should be okay.
For sure.
I think we're good actually, because it took a second to download. They're downloading now. You've got 15 seconds.
Boom, 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 boom.
Yes, indeed. We are thrilled that you are here with us as we get you ready for Sacramento Kings basketball coming up in about 45 minutes. You'll hear from Luke Walton. You'll get Kenny's keys to a Kings victory. We've got so much on the way for you, and we are thrilled that you are here listening. We are thrilled that you are here watching. It's a busy night in the National Basketball Association, as most Friday nights are. The Pacers and the Hornets will get underway here in just a couple of minutes, as will the Hawks and the Wizards. The Cavs and the Knicks. That's going on here in just a little bit as well. Bucks and Pelicans, Clippers at the Magic, the 76ers at the Timberwolves, Nets at the Thunder, Nuggets at the Spurs, and the Mavericks at the Jazz. Can the Jazz make it 11 straight and still not get any respect from one Kenny Caraway?
Relax.
We'll find out.
You're in the top 5.
We'll find out
Calm
tonight.
down.
They were below a team that lost to the Detroit Pistons last night.
Once again, relax.
Okay. Am I wrong?
No, you're not.
Okay,
wrong.
then. All right, then.
I hope the Jazz make it 11 straight, though. You know that.
Oh, you
know
hate
that.
that. You absolutely hate the Dallas Mavericks, and that cracks me up. BetQL, the King's Ransom, brought to you by BetQL, says the Raptors are favored by 5.5. With the over-under set at 229. The total score in the last game, for those of you who are interested in making tonight's game a little bit more spicy, the total score in the last game was 267.
What's that total? What's the over-under tonight?
229.
Yeah, I'd go over. I'd go over.
Again, 267 on January 8th. And you've got so let's just get right back into the conversation here. Is we'll look at the Raptors here in just a heartbeat and try to break down this game from their perspective. But we saw I don't think it's an exaggeration to say we saw kind of a different Buddy Hield. At least we saw a different approach from Buddy Hield against the Orlando Magic. And we talked about how the day after the game, the second Kings possession is Buddy Hield penetrating to the basket. He misses, but Marvin Bagley gets an offensive rebound. He winds up going to the foul line. His second possession was like a step-in mid-range jumper. His third possession, he being Buddy Hield, was another, drive to the basket. His first three was his fourth possession. And he was wide open, and he made it. And that really kind of set the tone going, but we saw a much more aggressive version of Buddy Hield than we had seen, so far in this young season.
Yeah, you saw Buddy Hield that was putting variety into his game, right? It wasn't just catch and shoot 3-pointers. It was getting to the bucket, getting into the lane. I love him pump faking and getting a mid-range jump shot in there. Different ways to see the ball go through the hoop. Whether it's a layup, whether it's a mid-range jumper, whether it's at the free throw line, that's the type of stuff that you need at that shooting guard position. You got to have variety in your game. You got to be able to give it to him in a number of different ways. And for so long, so many times this year, Buddy Hield has just been about the 3-point shot. And we know he has a great shot, but people have locked in on that. And then it's a situation where if the 3-point shot isn't falling, then what are you really giving us? You're not giving us any. You're not even drawing a defense to you by attacking or getting to the line, getting easy buckets. It's literally all or nothing. So the 3-point shot is always going to be a staple of his game. We know that. But if he can bring another angle, it's a little more variety into his game by attacking the basket, not even all game long, but once or twice early to get them thinking about it, which gets you a little more space for your 3-point shot. It can change everything, man. So I like the way he approached the game on Wednesday night against the Magic. And I'd like to see that to be something that he does moving forward, not just that game.
And I think that's the other, fascinating point here with Buddy is what did he see that game as? Like, does he see it the way that we saw it? Does he say it as, or did he just take what was given to him? You know what I mean? Because I think sometimes, we wonder, oh, Buddy needs to do this, Buddy needs to do that. But we talked about and Deuce outlined this both with us and with Luke Walton. I think up until the Knicks game, 70-some-odd% of the shots Buddy had taken were 3-pointers, and that was way above what he had done last year, and what he had done last year was above what he had done the year before in terms of the percentage of threes that he was taking. And Luke kind of, no, we want him taking threes. We want him, we feel like that's where he can get hot. That's where he can get comfortable. But after watching the way he played last night, which was arguably, maybe not even arguably, that was his best game of the season. And in addition, to the points, he had a, decent number of rebounds, assists, all that. One turnover came late in the fourth quarter.
Yeah. No, that. And I agree with Luke. You want him taking threes, but you don't want it exclusively to be the 3-point shot. If he has a guy on his hip the entire time coming off those curl screens, keep that ball and keep dribbling to the hoop.
Mm-hmm.
You don't have to stop on a dime and shoot a contested three, kind of lean into the side or whatever the case may be. You got a wide open lane in front of you. Get used to attacking the basket a little bit more. So, like I said, I hope that is something that he looks at the way that we look at it and say, okay, I can do this a little more often. I can incorporate this into my game and not just this was a one-off and tonight he gets back to shooting 12 threes out of 14 shots that he's taking for the whole game.
And if the ability for him to be aggressive isn't there, then so be it. That's just one of those things. But Buddy is a deceptively. I think we often look at De'Aaron and go, man, De'Aaron is so fast. This team can be so fast. Buddy's quick.
Mm-hmm.
Like Buddy can move. Buddy's got. Sometimes we don't see it on the defensive end, but Buddy can move. No one ever questions Buddy's hustle, Buddy's ability to get around. I think if he wants to get to the rack. And I know we always use De'Aaron as the comp for this. If you just take De'Aaron out of the equation and not look at De'Aaron's speed in comparison to Buddy Hield, I think Buddy can get guys to the. I think Buddy can get to the rack without a problem. Not without a problem, but I think he could do it at a significantly higher rate than he normally does.
I think he can do it. Like he can't do it one-on-one the way De'Aaron and other guards in this league can. Like I got the ball, I'm gonna dribble around you and by you, but I see those openings, especially with how tight people play him on for the 3-pointer coming off those curl screens. Somebody gives him a screen and he's coming off that. He usually stops and tries to stop on a dime and go straight up with the 3. There's a whole lane wide open for him to curl on that screen and get to the rim. And he's quick enough to get there and get to the bucket in 1 or 2 dribbles and get a good look. And you wouldn't expect that from, probably unfair for me to throw it, but like a Duncan Robinson. Mm-hmm. Duncan Robinson can curl off that screen and he might not get to the bucket as fast, as quick as a Buddy Hield can. Buddy Hield can accelerate and use that speed that he's using to come off the screens to keep that momentum going and get to the bucket. I think there's options there.
Another note, we often praise, or at least over the last couple of days have praised that win against the Orlando Magic as the team's most complete victory this season. It was certainly one of the team's most complete victories this season. But what we saw was a rare down offensive night from Tyrese Halliburton in that game, and it's been rare that you've pointed out negatives of Tyrese Halliburton in this 16-17 game season so far. One thing that I noticed, and I didn't know what to make of it, so I brought it to the attention of a head coach. I noticed watching when they run the high pick and roll with De'Aaron, and this is the case with Orlando, and I'd be interested to see what happens tonight with Toronto. With Orlando, when De'Aaron was running the high pick and roll, which happens on a very regular occurrence, the defender would try to go over the top of the screen, like they would muscle their way over the top of the screen. And there were very few exceptions. And when there was an exception, it was normally because someone set like a lazy screen and it was easy. It was easy to just move around the defender rather than fight over. With Tyrese, when Tyrese ran the high pick and roll, they kept going under. Like every time they would go under the screen, or the defender would go under the screener. So I asked, what is the reason for that? Why would you pop over the screen for De'Aaron but under on Tyrese? And the coach said to me, they don't trust Tyrese to shoot yet. Mm-hmm. They're going to put position in it because if you go under the screen, you're creating space. With De'Aaron, you're afraid he's going to beat you, and he will. He's going to get to where he's trying to go quicker than you are, and if you go under, you're dead. Right. But with Tyrese, they're putting him in a position to where it's like, no, we don't think you can shoot the ball yet. He was 3 of 10 against Orlando. Orlando essentially challenged him to shoot. it paid off in terms of the, maybe the game plan against Tyrese. It ultimately didn't work in the game plan against the Sacramento Kings. But that was something that now that it was pointed out to me why they do that, it's something that I'm just going to be watching relentlessly now. Because I wonder how many teams around the league don't believe in Tyrese's shot.
And they don't believe in his shot. And they also don't believe that he wants to shoot so much, right? So if you think about Tyrese Halliburton right now, I'm gonna just ask you, what do you think if you're playing against him? What scares you the most about Tyrese Halliburton? What don't you want him to do?
Create.
I agree. Create for others.
Yeah,
he's a playmaker.
Mm-hmm.
So when you take that, not ability, because he may still find a way to do it, but when you kind of force his hand by going under that screen, they're like, well, you're not going to create. I don't think you may shoot it once. You may shoot it twice. You're not going to shoot this shot 15 times because you don't want to do that. You want to create. You want to be a playmaker for others. So I think that goes into their thinking because, my thing is with Tyrese, when he gets those puppies set, as my man Bill Raftery would say, that shot is money. That shot is wet. But I just don't think he wants to do that all the time. He doesn't want to take that shot.
And it's not out of fear. It's not out of discomfort. It's out of he likes to create for other people.
Mm-hmm.
There are other things. And I guess this isn't news. I don't know why this breakdown of the Tyrese film stood out so much to me. I think Tyrese has had good offensive games. I know he even, I think, tweeted after one of his particularly good games. They said the shot wouldn't translate or something along those lines. Like this was part of the scouting report. He's got this weird release. Oh, he's got this. I don't know that he's a particularly good shooter. And while we have watched him very, very closely, we meaning all of us, Kenny and myself, and everybody listening and watching, we know he can shoot. But it's still not something that NBA teams are looking at going, yeah, we're not afraid of that. We're afraid of De'Aaron beating us.
Right.
We're afraid of De'Aaron finding Rashawn Holmes, Marvin Bagley, or Hassan Whiteside at the rim. We're not afraid of Tyrese Halliburton pulling up from 20 some odd feet away.
No, he's going to have to show us. Yeah, that's how they're looking at it. The rookie's going to have to show us. And I think that's an adjustment that he's going to have to make, and even with like, saying that, he's not comfortable with the shot or anything like that. He's also a rookie in his 18th NBA game.
Sure.
You know what I mean? So
sure.
The last thing that he wants to do is come in here and jack up a bunch of shots, when he's just trying to get a feel for being in the league. You know what I mean? So they're kind of playing on that. And I said a number of times earlier, he's a savant in the pick and roll. And when they would go over and he was able to get that angle and go downhill, I mean, he does whatever he wants. Kickouts, alley-oops, finishing by himself. Like he is a savant right now early on in that pick and roll. And they're doing everything they can to take that away from him.
Mm-hmm. More praise coming out of that Orlando Magic game a couple of nights ago. Marvin Bagley continues to show the progression that everybody has hoped to see. Everybody hoped to see him on the basketball floor. We have seen that through 17 games. Now everybody's looking at his progression. We're seeing him get better defensively. We're seeing Luke Walton trust him more late. Now, to be completely fair to the story, he didn't play late in the fourth quarter.
Not Wednesday.
Well, but I don't think that was a trust issue though.
No, you're right. No, I'm being a jerk.
But it is true. You've got to be fair to the story. He has played more late in the fourth quarter. Mm-hmm. He didn't on Wednesday, Kenny and I, neither of us, no one we've talked to believe that had to do with performance. The Kings were up. And he's dealing with a wrist injury that Luke Walton acknowledged for the first time this week. He's probably going to be playing through pain as the season continues. So you're listening to D'Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ, HD2 Sacramento, a radio.com sports station and driven by Lasher's Elk Grove Dodge. This is Courtside. He is Kenny Caraway. I am Damian Barling. We are happy that you are listening to us. We are happy that you are watching us. We're happy that you have allowed us to be a part of your Sacramento Kings coverage. KC, Marvin Bagley so far this season, 17 games in. Where's your confidence barometer? Because you're hashtag Team Bagley. We know that, and that's okay. I am too. But 17 games in, coming out of that Orlando game, 16-12. Where are you at with Marvin?
On a scale of 1 to 10, I'm up to 7. And I'm feeling really good about Marvin moving forward, and he's learning how to be productive without really having his number called. He's being active. He's picking and choosing his spots out there to get his looks. And I love what I'm seeing from him. I really love what I saw from him on Wednesday against Orlando. I mean, he was a menace on the boards, 8 offensive rebounds. He went for 16 and 12 on the night, 22 minutes, didn't play the fourth quarter. And he was the activity that he had out there. That's the Marvin Bagley I thought I was getting out of Duke. He's so active at Duke, and he was the second jump people always talk about, and his knack for being around the rim and getting offensive rebounds. I saw that for the first time in a long time. Not that he hadn't played well, but it seemed like he really got back to basics in that game against Orlando. And if he can get that as just a staple of what you get every time you play the Kings and play against Marvin Bagley, and then incorporate them giving him looks within the offense, it could start popping off real quick, Damian. It could start popping off from a man 35.
That 8 offensive rebounds in Wednesday's game that's a pretty extraordinary number.
Yes.
When you have a player that has double-digit rebounds, like a perfect example, Rashawn Holmes, Marvin Bagley both had 12 rebounds. Normally what you see is 7, 8, 9, 10 defensive rebounds, and then the rest are filled in with offensive rebounds. For Marvin, he had twice as many offensive rebounds as he did defensive rebounds. That's not a normal stat.
No.
He was putting, like, he put in work on the boards, and it paid off for him because he got those 16 points to go along with it.
Absolutely, man. And I just feel like, skill-wise or game-wise, yeah, there's another level for Marvin, but just his aggressiveness is growing, but I think there's another level of aggressiveness. I mentioned to you on the show after the game on Thursday that there was a couple times when I wanted to see Marvin bring the house down with a dunk. Yeah. They had some guy set up there for it to be a body bag, as Doug Christie would say, and he kind of just went and, he jumped over him, and it might have finished. He might not have, got fouled or whatever, but I want to see that next level of Marvin saying, oh, there's somebody under the basket? I'm about to put them through the basket right now. A tip jam? Oh, I'm getting a tip jam. I'm yelling. I'm bringing the house down with the tip jam. There's another level of aggression, and I'm not sure where it went. I don't know if it was a situation where, he's trying to protect himself from injuries in the past, if it's the wrist or whatever the case may be. But the level of aggression, I think there's another level. And when he gets that, watch out. Watch out. Hashtag Team Bagley.
I think it was Deuce or Mo who offered a perspective as to why maybe that didn't happen in Wednesday's game, and it was the wrist.
Mm-hmm.
Like when you're talking about throwing the house down, you're talking about a vicious 2-handed dunk or something along those lines. Again, we don't know what level of pain Marvin is dealing with. It was Luke Walton that said Marvin Bagley's probably just going to have a certain level of pain tolerance as the season goes along. Marvin, when he is asked about his wrist, every time to a T, says, I'm fine, man. It's all good. It's not an issue. Yeah. And that's the end of it. It's not like an answer where he extends off and gives some perspective. No, he dismisses it as quickly as possible. It was only until Luke Walton brought it up this week that it was like, okay, he's absolutely dealing with something. It's obviously not something that's keeping him out of games, but right. It explains why every time he goes to the new NBA cool down area, he's got his wrist wrapped up. Yeah.
Nah, it's a good sign that we're seeing. And it was questioned by a number of people. Maybe I even questioned it a couple times too. But a level of toughness from Marvin, to not only play through it, but and like you said, wasn't even an issue for him. You know what I mean? It was something that the coach brought up, and anytime somebody else tries to bring it up, I'm fine. I'm playing through it. And I love to see that from him. And it's something that he's been playing through for a while. It's not a new injury at all. I remember, I want to say it might have been like one of the Denver games where, we initially thought it was a thumb, and he's wrapping up the wrist, whatever the case may be. But he's been pushing through this for a long time, and I'm glad to see it.
That was the game, the second Denver game. He didn't play in the fourth quarter.
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
Again, to put him over, he's a big part of what we do every week. Deuce that was the game at the Golden One Center, and Deuce was the one. I didn't know this. It's certainly not something I saw watching.
Yeah.
He's there at the game. He said he saw Marvin doing something with his like he was trying to shake out his wrist. They were attending to it, and it was never said that that's why he didn't play in the fourth quarter, but that's when the wrist first was kind of brought to our attention.
Yeah, I remember seeing it on the telecast, and I was like, first of all, I was like, oh no, he hurt himself again or whatever. But he stayed on the court, played through it, and I thought it was his thumb at first, and turns out it was his wrist. But I mean, this was weeks ago. My whole point was this is weeks ago, and he's been playing with this for a long time, and he's improved his play over time with dealing with this injury. So, I can't say enough about Marvin so far. It's not like he's an all-star, but I see the progression even on the defensive end where he's been much maligned. I see the effort from him. It really looks like it's something that he just has to kind of get used to playing at the certain scheme or understanding the defense in the NBA that this team wants to play. But he's out there, he's busting his ass. He's trying on the defensive end. I don't see him slacking off.
Can't say enough great things about Marvin Bagley. Can't say enough great things about Tyrese Halliburton or De'Aaron Fox or Buddy Hield. Maybe we go ahead and acknowledge Harrison Barnes at this point in the broadcast. As we've got,
it's too early.
Normally we wait till the very last minute. You're going to hear from Luke Walton coming up in just a handful of minutes. We got Kenny's Keys to a King's Victory on the way. And, to steal a nickname from Mitch Richmond and Dwayne Johnson, Harrison Barnes continues to be the rock of this Sacramento Kings roster. And as we talked about Buddy and his 29 and 16 and 12 from Marvin, 20 points to go along with those 12 rebounds that we mentioned from Rashawn Holmes. Old Steady comes right along with one of his most efficient games of the season. 8 for 11 from the field, 3 of 6 from 3. He seems to be one of the few guys on the roster that can hit free throws. 21 points, 4 assists, 5 rebounds for Harrison Barnes in Wednesday's game, and he just continues to roll along. He had a little stretch where he had a couple of rough games, but for the most part this season, he has been the Kings' best player.
Hey man, I called
and completely not recognized for it, but sorry.
Never. Actually, he does get recognized when he doesn't play well.
True.
Right?
True.
Like, Harrison was terrible tonight. What about the 5-6 games in a row before where he was just killing? And I know De'Aaron Fox, in the grand scheme of things, that is the straw that stirs the drink, right?
Absolutely.
But Harrison Barnes, when he plays well, he's a little mini straw that stirs the drink, right? Because when he's doing well, the Kings seem to be doing well. And they seem to be flowing a lot better on the offensive end when he's out there producing and when he's being aggressive. You mentioned his 21 points the other night. 8 of 11 from the field. His 3 misses. He had made 3-pointers. He was 3 of 6. Those missed threes, those were his only misses of the night. He was getting to the cup. He was finishing at the bucket. He was aggressive. He had a couple of dunks late in the fourth quarter. I mean, Harrison continues to play really, really well as a whole. And when he's playing well, this team seems to be playing well.
You talk about the straw that stirs the drink. I know that's one of your favorite lines. So I think it would be fair to say De'Aaron Fox is the Sacramento Kings' best player. Maybe Harrison Barnes is their most important player. Maybe that's a stretch, but I mean, Harrison has been really good this year.
Yes.
And not just in, the statistical categories of points, rebounds, assists. We know that he got into the team after the Golden State Warriors loss. We know that he's regularly the voice in the locker room. And oftentimes his plays, whether it's a basket, whether it's getting to the free throw line, whether it's a 3, whether it's a defensive stop, they're impactful. They're in a moment where the Kings desperately need that. Yeah. And that's where his phenomenal play just takes on an entirely different level this season.
on Wednesday night on a couple of different occasions. I don't know. I don't think it got to single digits in the fourth quarter, but it was getting a little dicey.
Yeah, it did. Yeah.
12 or 11 or something like that. And Harrison coming off of, some kind of dribble handoff or a pin down screen or whatever, curled, went straight to the bucket, bang out, and got things back on its right axis, right? For the Sacramento Kings that night. And it's just the aggressiveness that I love seeing from him. I love seeing he can shoot the three. That's what kind of makes him dynamic. But I always feel like he's settling sometimes with the three. I want to see him attack the basket because at his size and with his athleticism, when he gets a full head of steam, he's hard to beat going to the bucket. You're either going to have to foul him or he might put you in the basket. So, and he's got that nice little Euro step that he gives you sometimes as well. So I think when he is establishing his attacking the basket, that's when he's at the top of his level, at the top of his game.
I'm with you. And Luke Walton has spoken about that recently, about the importance of Harrison Barnes getting involved, and more so the importance of Harrison Barnes being aggressive. KC, you and I have talked a lot about this last Sacramento Kings Toronto's Raptors game on January 8th. We weren't the only ones. Luke Walton was asked if the Raptors kind of snuck up on him the last time they played.
Yeah, no, I mean, they shouldn't sneak up on anyone. This is a good team, and we were ready to play last time. When we came out, we had 70 in the first half. We just couldn't ever stop anybody. They continued to make threes. They continued to break us down. We did the same to them in the first half, and then even in the third quarter, it was 106-103 at one point before they opened it up in that fourth. But yeah, we couldn't keep guys in front of us, and they were making everything they shot. So we know we have to be better. We feel like we're a better team now, and we feel like this is a great opportunity to go out there and test ourselves again.
No hyperbole there from the coach. It really felt like they were making every single thing that they shot. Like, I can't imagine what it was like to go back and watch that film where you're looking at the time code, realizing it's just possession after possession after possession that this team is hitting threes and hitting baskets and just being incredibly effective. I know we gave all of these crazy stats. I'm not sure that we mentioned this one. The Kings shot 56% from the field on January 8th against the Toronto Raptors. They shot 57% from the free throw line.
That is not good. That is not good. 57%. You're going to get me riled up again. You know how I feel about missed free throws. And I'm getting riled up now.
Well,
make your free throws.
I understand.
Free throws.
If you get, again, there's not a lot to pick apart in the Orlando game that went wrong, but free throws continue to be a problem for this team.
Marvin Bagley could have had a 20-12 game.
Easily.
1 for 5 from the free throw line.
Yep.
Get your free throws. And De'Aaron Fox.
He was actually the one who hit him.
Yeah, he made his free throws. And overall, though, I feel like he's shooting better from the free throw line this year. He's still below 70%. That's unacceptable. I think Marvin Bagley's like somewhere in the 50s. It's unacceptable. You guys got to make your free throws, man.
Yeah, De'Aaron is 69. I can't lie, though. I could have gone for maybe one more made basket or one more missed field goal, so we had a box score where the free throw percentage was lower than the field goal percentage, because that's pretty extraordinary to go back and think about.
I would have been so mad.
Marvin, we spent some time talking about, Bagley being on the glass in that Orlando game. De'Aaron had 8 rebounds. Rashawn Holmes had 12 and 20 that game, 12 rebounds, 20 points. Luke Walton was asked just a little bit ago about the Kings rebounding.
So yeah, we've focused a lot on that, and I think getting Hassan back will help, just with how his size and ability to make people miss one and then to grab rebounds himself. But it's something that we keep talking about as being a team thing. 5 guys, guards coming back in and sandwich rebounding. So we value that a lot, and we're going to continue to emphasize that.
One thing that has been brought up quite a bit, KC, is the fact that the Kings had kind of a unique break in the schedule. Unique, it wasn't planned. It was certainly unfortunate, and the Memphis Grizzlies having missed several games, not just the games against the Sacramento Kings,
Still hadn't played yet.
Right. And it was not something that they planned for, but it wound up being something that happened, and it worked out in their favor in that the games were canceled while they were at home. They were canceled before the 6-game road trip started, and it was a chance for them to get some rest. It was a chance for them to get in some practice, and Luke Walton was asked about, chemistry and cohesion being built following that break.
Yeah, I mean, it's good. It's every team needs it. I think you see slippage around the league because of the amount of games that are being played. But then, there's teams that have been together a long while, and there's playoff teams that they know how to survive it much better than some of us teams that are on our journey to trying to get there. So it's tough not having it, but these last 5-6 days have been great for us from just a standpoint of cleaning stuff up, getting some proper work-ins, getting the proper reps at what we need to do. And then to the last part of your point, Jason, it's been great for the team to be able to spend that time together on the floor practicing from a chemistry standpoint too.
Again, this all part of Luke Walton's pregame press conference just a little bit over an hour ago. We talked about De'Aaron Fox and his ability to get to the basket. He was asked about De'Aaron's speed.
Yeah, I think when he's in that mode, I'd say the player reminds me of a little bit of the Westbrook, where he can just find a way to get to the front of the rim, and any opening, any relaxation from a defense, he can get by and penetrate. And I think that when he's doing that, we're a much better team. I think our team plays with more confidence, and I know it's not easy, but we continue to encourage him to stay in attack mode as much as possible.
That's Luke Walton again, just a little bit over an hour ago, as the Sacramento Kings get ready to take on the Toronto Raptors for the second and final time this season, as they're getting these games in Florida done and out the way. And yes, it is the Toronto Raptors. And yes, the game is being played in Florida. It happens. It's just one of those quirks of our new reality together. So there's a lot there, Luke Walton. I have been critical of the way Luke Walton handles press conferences. More specifically, not really pregame press conferences, but more postgame press conferences, in that I feel like he never really lights a fire under anybody. Maybe he does that privately. Maybe he does that in practice. Maybe he does that in film, or maybe he does it, in a time where the cameras and reporters aren't around. But I feel like he often just goes to the podium and gives cliche after cliche after cliche. But one thing that I will credit Luke Walton for is he does a tremendous job of at least attempting to build his players up. He avoids any questions that attempt to paint a player in a negative light. Right. He'll dance around something, and reporters will hate it, and media people will hate it. But I'm sure his players appreciate that. He always it's ride or die. It's all for one for all. Like, he doesn't call people out. And there are times where you wonder, and maybe it's equity. Maybe coaches have the ability. Greg Popovich calls people out. Greg Popovich has that equity. Eric Spoelstra doesn't really do it, but if he wanted to, he could, because he has that equity. Maybe Luke Walton is attempting to build that equity with the Kings and avoiding any, or maybe that's just the type of leader that he is. Luke Walton kind of has, hell, we all know he's kind of a hippie, right? I don't think that's a stretch. Like, we all know who his dad is. We all know what Bill Walton is. I don't think Luke Walton is that much different than that. Right.
Also, Luke Walton played, and I think players to a T would much rather, like, if you got a message to say to somebody, people always, he sent a message to the media. The players ain't feeling that. They ain't trying to hear that. If you got something to say, come say it to me. Come talk to me. We'll deal with it behind closed doors. And I just think that's kind of his, that's the way he looks at it, though. That's the way he approaches his coaching. I don't think he's ever going to blast a player of his own in the media. And not even the players collectively, like the team. The closest he got was in that Clippers game, or after the Clippers game, when he was like, we told them what they were going to do. We had a play ran, and it wasn't executed. And I think that's about as a light of fire under his team in public as you're going to get from Luke Walton. Privately, I've talked to Jason Jones about this, and he's talked to players, and he said, he gets at us. He definitely gets at us in the locker room and in practice and behind closed doors, but he's just not going to do that in public, just his coaching style.
And that's okay, because as long as it gets through to the players, that's all that matters. What he says to us has no relevance to the way he coaches his team.
Yeah.
We appreciate everybody who's listening on the radio.com app, who's listening on ESPN 1320 AM. We appreciate everybody who's watching on twitch.tv/ESPN 1320, who's watching on YouTube and following us on Twitter and watching along at ESPN 1320. We encourage you to follow us on whatever your favorite platform is. If you're watching on YouTube, hit the thumbs up button. If you're watching on Twitch, hit the follow button. We're going to be doing this show live moving forward on all of those platforms. And if you have never tuned into Courtside before,
hey,
it's the absolute best time of the day, because we've got Sacramento Kings basketball coming up in 10 minutes, and Kenny Caraway has got Kenny's keys to a Kings victory. KC.
You already know what time it is, baby. Kenny's keys to a Kings victory. If the Kings just follow this, we'll be good. We'll be talking Friday night about, having a little crown apple, you know what I'm saying? Having a little claw, having a little Terramana. We're going to be feeling real good if the Kings follow this. So I got it for you right here. First things first. Remember those pest control commercials? Clark, we need you.
Yep.
All right. Hassan, we need you. Okay, because last time the Raptors played, Chris Boucher just went crazy on these boys. 23 points, 10 rebounds in the last meeting. That can't happen again. Hassan Whiteside did not play in that game against the Raptors. So as being his matchup off the bench, I'm looking at Whiteside to hold Boucher below his season averages of 14 points, 6 rebounds. Hold him below 6 rebounds, that might be a little tough, but I'm going to still put that on the side. But I want to see him hold Boucher under his season averages of 14 and 6. That's what I'm looking for. Number 2, I was trying to find something clever, like the Hassan, we need you or whatever. No, there's nothing clever about this one. Defense, defense, defense. The Raptors scored 144 points on you last time. They shot 58% from the field. They shot 51% from the three-point line. Bottom line, the defense needs to be better. They got 144 last time. I'm going to ask them to say, keep the Raptors at under 110. Keep them under 110, you're going to win this game, because I do believe the Kings are a legit offensive team. They'll put up their points. If you hold them under 110, they'll win. Bottom line. Number 3, I'm looking for my man 35 to have a good game here.
Okay.
He didn't play the fourth quarter. He was playing a good game against Orlando. He got a little extra rest, not forcing him in there with the messed up wrist. I want to see him rebound, literally and figuratively, off of that big game that he had on Wednesday. I'm looking for my man Bags to have another double-double. If he has that, Kings win. Hassan, we need you. Defense, defense, defense. And Marvin, double-double city. Let's go, baby.
Thank y'all so much for tuning in and spending the last 4.5 hours with us. We appreciate you so much. If you missed any part of today's 4.5 hour show, including Courtside, including our interviews with Marshall Harris, Brandon Nunez, and Chris Biderman, you can catch us on the podcast version, available on radio.com, available on Apple, Spotify, Google Play, or wherever you get podcasts from. Have a tremendous weekend, and we will see you here Monday at noon.
Let's go, Kings.
Well, we're going to wrap up on the stream. I just realized I made all of the Courtside graphics and never sent them out. I made them all last night because I knew we were pressed for time, and I never sent the graphics out. That's such a bitch. Well, screw you, Jesse. We're going to hang out on the live stream. We'll be right back. I swear, dude, like Jesse's he's cool and all, man, but he kind of sucks. Like we think that we're done. We just busted our ass for 4.5 hours. We're hanging out on the stream and all that, and then
he's like, "No, you're not done.
No, we ain't done, fam. Don't even think
not so
about
fast, my friend.
Yeah, don't even think about disconnecting, sucker, because you've got to record promos.
And now they were asking us, Damian, what are we drinking tonight?
Man,
I
I
like
might
the idea of that crown apple. I love some crown apple.
I'll
Oh,
probably
some
go
good stuff.
I'll definitely go whiskey, man. I'm going hard on the brown alcohol right now. I'm going hard on the whiskey, dude. Like I might need to chill, but no, like I think I'll probably do Uncle Nearest. I got this other one that I really like, man. It's got a sweet taste. I think it's called St. Mary's. These are all, black owned distilleries, dude. That's the one. That's the one I really like. It has kind of a sweeter taste to it, man. It's legit.
Okay.
It's
Okay.
legit.
Yeah. I normally go for my Bartesian, whatever they want to give me.
Mhm.
But I think I'm gonna go with that crown apple.
Okay.
I love
Ain't
some
nothing wrong with
crown
that.
apple.
Now
I
you just
love
do
me
it. You just do it straight.
I've done both, but I think tonight, I'm gonna throw some orange juice in there. You know what I'm saying?
Orange and apple, huh?
Yeah, orange and apple. I'm gonna make it happen.
Makes
and
it breakfast.
I guess so,
Legit
right?
becomes breakfast.
Right. And that just means I'm just gonna, sneak myself into just keep drinking and drinking and drinking. There won't be no post game show, so
Yeah.
hey, we gonna be out here.
The game 916 that the St. Mary's is legit. It's legit. Warren, I don't know if you're still here. That's Russ. Oh,
Warren said he has a gallon of crown apple.
It's got a handle. He asked which Funko Pops were behind me. I got Russ. And then the one directly behind me under the Malcolm X movie poster.
I never seen a Muhammad. That's fly.
Yeah, that's Ali.
I like that.
I got a whole bunch more up here, but they're all like office characters.
Mario, what's popping? Sure, if you're still in here, B More shows us so much love, man. I got it, man. B More shows us love on the Twitch and on the Facebook, so always got to show them love too.
Warren got a gallon. I love that. I'm just picturing Crown with a handle on it. We about to go ham.
About to go ham.
I'll tell you something. Like when I would visit Pat Summit, her best friend, Miss Florence, 90 years old, 5 o'clock every single day, without fail. I swear to you, every single day, 5 o'clock on the dot.
It was time.
Glass of Crown.
It was time.
Every single day, 90 years old. I was like, man, if that's good enough for Miss Florence.
It's good enough for me. My grandmother, she hasn't done it so much in the last year or so because she's got back problems and she's been on, she's had to take like pain pills and stuff like that. But before that, kind of same thing every night. It wasn't specific to a time, but it was like she had a clock in her head that was like, all right, it's time now. Coke and rum and Coke.
Oh, there you go.
Every night.
Yeah.
Every night. And that's when watching games with her would get lit.
I believe it. Yeah, we'd watch a game over Twitch. You guys might have. Is there? You're probably not allowed to like screen and screen, right? So it would just be like us watching together and like commenting on it.
I'd be like, what up? What's up? The game was good.
Yeah. I mean, that'd be fun. We could do that one day. We ain't gonna do it tonight.
Not up to 4 hours.
No, we'll get there. We'll get there because I thought this 4.5 hour show felt better than Wednesday's 4 hour show. Mm-hmm. I thought we ran out of gas a little bit in Wednesday's show, and that was part of my planning. Like I didn't lay the show out right, but today felt like, dude, today was a blast, man.
Yeah, we pushed through. We had 3 guests on this one too. I don't think we had. Did we have any guests on Wednesday?
Man, I don't think we did.
Yeah.
And Jason Anderson? Is Jason Anderson with us Wednesday?
Jason was on Wednesday. Yeah, he was on Wednesday. But that was like 12:30. We did like 3 hours, 3.5 hours.
Yeah.
Went straight through. So
yeah.
Kings wearing their City Edition joints. You like those, Damien?
Yeah.
I'm with them.
Yeah, those look good. Those look really, really good. Especially, I mean, I'm not a jersey guy, but the hoodies, like the gear, like the color. Oh my gosh,
I need to get a beanie. That's what I'm gonna get. I'm gonna get a beanie.
They are super. Those are nice, man. Those are fantastic.
Yeah.
We know people are going to start trickling off, man, because it's time to watch Kings basketball. So I know a lot of you, like I see a lot of these, these names have been with us for hours, man. We really can't thank you enough. All of these platforms, obviously Twitter's not, but like YouTube, all of that stuff was created this week. So
shout out to Damien, man. Shout out to Damien out here grinding, man. I see you, bro.
Who's going to be in the night chat? Well, I might jump, man. They showed us love, man. We got to thank Dude, we got to thank Deuce and Mo too, man, because Deuce really they're trying to help us with these platforms because they've done a great job at building theirs, and the amount of views. If you've never popped into a night chat, you should do it. Like like every time I see it, it's like, gosh, man, there are so many people in here just hanging out talking Kings, man, and we hope to get on that level with them and just share the wealth.
I might slide in there tonight, man.
There you go.
I might slide into the night chat.
There you go.
Be popping, talking about wagons and snacks.
Ooh, look at that. Got a city edition custom coming soon, Kenny
That's how you
Caraway.
feel, Mario? That's how you feel?
Okay.
I know it's going to be fire, too, because, I vouch for my guy, Mario. Boy, that boy got skills.
I'm not sure if the night chat is on Twitch, too. I think it is, but it's definitely on YouTube. I assume they usually do everything on both, so I'm assuming it's on both, but make sure you check YouTube just in case it's not, because they definitely do it. And just follow the tweets, because Deuce has to work. So it's not like buzzer hits and they go on.
Yeah.
They do it like an hour or so later whenever Deuce gets back, and then it's just Kings fans still going strong. Like an hour and a half later, like they're still ready to ride.
You know what hyped me up? As we were finishing courtside, we were in the chat, and I got everybody, go Kings, let's go. Everybody hype for this game and for this team, and it just really wants me to see this team be really, really good. Because I think if they're like good, like a playoff team, all the little let's go and go Kings, like it would be multiplied by like 50. Everybody would just be buzzing. So yeah, man, come on, man. I know I joke around, I kind of joke around tongue in cheek with the Ignite and Jalen Green and all this other stuff, but my number one priority is if they were good this year, I would be over the moon.
Yeah.
I want to see them.
Sure.
I want to see them win.
For sure. We're going to wrap up because we've got basketball to watch, and Jesse the Dictator's making us do stuff. So, again, man, y'all on this live stream, thank you so much for helping us grow all of these different channels, man. And Monday, 12 o'clock, like one day, we got the boss's attention. And so now he knows that the phone calls and that stuff is a problem. Like he can get stuff done significantly quicker than I can. So like cross our fingers, this is an issue that's addressed as early as Monday, but hopefully, next week for sure. So we appreciate y'all, man. Thank you again.
Yes, indeed. Y'all take care, man. Have a great weekend.